I am quite shy. So hopefully I'll get things rolling. There's my avatar. And there it goes. The game should be appearing soon. Changing out the music. There goes. Game capture. Alright then. Oh, this feels a bit loud. Hopefully there's no problems. If we go... I don't really know that. Oh, hold on, I forgot to turn off the music, my goodness. There it goes. There you go. I might turn that back on later. But oh well. I do hope the volume's alright. I can't quite tell too well. I do hope things are good. Anyways, we're just playing some modern Minecraft here. Yep. The terrain's a bit wacky. Oh, my frames are dropping terribly. Quite terribly, I must say. That's just no good. Let's go up. There it goes. Nice. There, I was just gonna do a bit of shopping with. Yeah, such a game. Okay. Yes. If the shader pack is a bit not great, I can change it out a bit later as needed. But so this for now. I do have quite a few other mods, but that's alright. I'm not playing a particular mod pack though. Just put on quite a few other mods that I felt like really good. Oh dear. I felt a bit laggy, I think. So we have some stuffs there, it's not much. So I can chop this down right away. There goes. And that's some trees. No, yeah. Checking some stuff. I don't know if else. Anyways, let's sure some trees shop there. And set that up again. There's a large tree there. Some stuff over there. Sure is. Oh, I know the other thing I do is just you can put the lights up. True. sun should set once it gets to it. Eventually, at some point. Yeah, sure, but the generations, so I think I'd say. Indeed. Seems a bit interesting. Yeah. Potentially. Should probably be careful with the footbar there. Mm. Nice. Off we go. Just checking everything in there. I do wonder if my voice is loud enough or not. I know the volume, but I do. Things are audible. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely my place here. Sure, it's not the terrain, I'd say. Yeah. Just gonna do a quick microphone test here. Change some stuff. There we go. Don't know if that helps out. Just checking stuff. Here. Here's another tree. Maybe so. Let's see if we can get some stuff actually happening. Oh, well, thank you for the follow. There you go. I know you. It's a thing to see you here. Remember. Just playing around here. Seeing how things are. My game just get a bit laggy though. That's unfortunate. Sure, it's quite a thing to stream though, I'd say. This is quite the game to play, so. Well, I'm just not really doing anything particular, but I'm trying to figure what to do. Yeah. Oh, that sure was quite a bit of lag there. That's no good. Oh, while walking though. I don't really know where to start building stuff, but I'll see if I can somewhere. There's probably a nice place. Sure what there is. Oh, there. Lag. Yep. Oh no, my food. I've run out of food, that's not good. That's a bit problematic. Maybe there'll be food somewhere. Food. Sure, that's not the problem though. Does that equal food? Nope. Can't quite do much with that. No. Oh, there's the sun. There's not much happening there. Maybe going lower will get me something. Maybe the map has something to say. I don't see anything particular. That's unfortunate. You know what? Oops. Trying to use there. Whatever. Oh, maybe there's something here. No, it's just a tree, it seems. No. Yeah, makes sense, sure. There's quite something though. You can tone that down. Yep. I sure was on. Oh, there's something here. There's food or something. I sure this looks a bit weird. Maybe this can function as food somehow. Maybe. Oh, there's some water there. That could probably help. Oh dear, lag. That's not good. Oh, maybe we'll just go down here. Whee. Oh, oh dear. Well, let's watch you. Oh, there's a tower over there. I should probably be in. Just gonna try and make it over here. What's that mean? Mm-hmm. Maybe this place will have some food. Maybe. Can't see much too well though. Oh dear, there's some monsters. That's no good. That might cause problems. No. Yeah, I made it. Oh no. That was some there. Oh, regeneration, eh? That might be a campfire, I imagine. Oh, that's oh no. Oh dear. Hopefully it's not too dangerous. Oh, that's a door. Oh no. Maybe it's safe. Sure seems like that place. Oh, there's a nice bed there. Oh, there's some food. Nice, that works. That'll do. And that's some pretty good timing. Now it's. Oh, some work. That's pretty good. Nice. Let's check that. Oh, yep. I think that's about it for this time. Oh, no, never mind. There's a staircase there. It's a bit dark, it seems. Must be some. Oh, that seems useful, I think. That does nothing. That's a bit tricky. Don't know what's the deal with that. No. Some trees. Yep. I don't think there's much to here. So I'll make my way somewhere else. Oh, oh no. That's not good. Oh, okay. One. Oh, there. Oh, but I spawned right here. So that's some random map. That's a pretty terrible time right there. I think the lag goes away on. Right. Oh, there, that's some really terrible lag. That's not good. Go away. There we go. I think it's better. Oh, dear. Some really bad lag. Maybe? No. That works. Oops. Oh, there's two of them now. Oh, maybe they can fight each other. Perhaps. Nope, that's not doing well. And the regeneration must be from a campfire somewhere. There's more. That's not good. Maybe. No, that's not good. Oh dear. This lag, let's just go away. No. Dang it. Why start so much lag? Oh my goodness. That's not helping anyone. Yeah. Dang it. Yes, but one of them died. That's pretty good. But another one appeared, no. I think the difficulty must be a bit too high, I think. Split and normal, hopefully that works. Alright, this lag is maddening. Help. Alright. Which one is... Oh no. Dang it. There's too many of those. Oh, there's... Alright, I'm just gonna try and find another way out of here. Oh dear. There we go. I escaped. That'll do. Whee. I sure have some little markers. Get rid of them. No. And then... and there. Now that's cleared up. I think that does it for this tower. Pretty much it. Let's go find a way out of here. Yep. Oh, look. There, I escaped. Nah, it works. Now to find something else. What's that over there? Oh, there's some trees. There's nothing much there. Some bees. Sure, quite a few of bees. Oh, what's that over there? Not sure, it's a bit dangerous. Oh, it's a dangerous horse there. That's no good. It's gonna blow up. Oh, where's that? Oh, some lava. Oh, some cows. That said something. I heard a weird moo. But they're all just normal cows. This zombie isn't burning. Oh no. That's not good. Let's see if we can find another way out of here. zooming in a lot. Let's try and see where to go. Let's see. There's stuff around here. Oh, there's another tower over there. Like probably something there. Oh, there's the way. That's not it. Oh, there must be something there. I imagine that's another portal there. I imagine. Oh, there's a statue here. So it seems. Don't know if there's much to it. I'll just leave it alone. Let's see. Lots of zooming. Oh dear. I want food again. That was supposed to go somewhere, but I got lost. Maybe there's a way to go up there. No. Oh, some more enemies around. Wish, wish, wish. Nope. Alright, then maybe this way can get me somewhere. No, that's just oil. No, that's just spelling. Not sure it's something. Whoosh. Oh. Oh. The gravel sounds. Anyways, where does this go? Oh, sorry, just monster. Where did the lava go? Oh, there it is. Nice. Maybe this could have something. Danger nearby. I don't know if that's gonna do me any good. Whoosh. That's probably good. No do. Doesn't go in there. I have no tools. That's no good. My goodness. Yep. I shall now make a crafting table here. Whee. There we have sticks. That won't do anything good. There we are. Stop the cooks. That's not actually stone. My goodness. No, it's no good. house then. What's that? Oh, that looks like a place. Maybe I can get there. Or maybe not. Don't know. I'll see if I can get up there. Maybe I'll manage to build a house eventually. That would be something. Whee. Oh, what's that over there? What's that tower I saw earlier, I think. And that's something there. Yep. Oh, nice. Maybe that could be useful there. Potentially. Oh, that's a creeper. Maybe this direction will go somewhere. It's looking like it might not go there. There's stone lilies or something. Oh, it's a nice house there. There could probably be something there. Make my way there. Oh, stone. Oh, I know, hopefully that doesn't become too obnoxious. Alright then. How does one get there? Oh, I think I know how. I'll try this. Whoosh. There we go. Some easy there. Hopefully that glow's not too problematic. That would be good. Nope. There we go. Let's see if I can make my way down here. This might be tricky. I don't think I have enough dirt, so I'll grab some more first. And then maybe I'll match. It's a bit low, but maybe it'll do. A bit more dirt. That'll do. Whoosh, whoosh. Alright then. Off I go down. Oh, that's a bit much. Whoosh. Made it. There, I'll make it down. I think that might be enough. Yep. remove some mods there, but not super danger. Don't know what the right word would be. No, they just make things a bit easy, so I'm not sure. No, that's probably not too good. But anyways, I made it here now, so that's something. Oh, I can light this. That's something. Sure is quite a house here. It's a lot safer than that tower from earlier. So that's pretty good. Bedtime. And that deals with that. Whee. This is thinking about when I'm playing a Cisco, I think that's it. Whee. Oh, Scott over there. Sure, it's my place. How do I get anywhere? I do wonder what that could be. That's sure something. Yep. I don't think I should make this my house. It's a bit small. But it's something though. Some crops here. That's pretty good. I should probably have grabbed the help from earlier. That could probably have been good. And here. Oh, there's some nice stuff in here. That's pretty useful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Oh, some more red. That works. Just a lot of loot. That'll do. Oh, shoot there. Oh, more stuff. My microphone's staying alright. Not too loud, hopefully. Or too quiet, maybe. Anyways, that's about that. Now time to make my way elsewhere. How should I go about doing that? Oh, wait, I should go try to do that. Oh, bucket. A bucket could be good. There's no crafting tables in here, so it's time to make my own. I already have a microphone. It's a bit silly, I already have a crafting table. But now I have two. Isn't it? At least, time for a bucket. There we are. Oh, here's there we go. It's all good. There we are. Alright, I think maybe this way could be good. Hopefully. No, I think 2 buckets could probably be good. Oops. Oh, I should probably make some weapons. That'd probably be pretty useful. Perhaps. There we go. There's this. No, run. Let me see. Oh. There we go. Now we'll do it now. Do Shanex. There. Now we're good to go. Where are we going? I suppose we're just going down here. Let's see. Oh, there's still a loop from earlier. That's probably too good. Apples. Oh, some more bread. Sheets, probably. There's an enemy over there. There's probably good. There we go. Oh, loot. Inventory's filling up. That's probably not good. Whoosh. Oh, some more apples. That's pretty good. Oh. I sure is a scary Enderman there. Whoosh. Might be some enemies here, I think. Oh, there. Whoosh. Oh, there's the light. That's no good. Come here. There. Vanquished. Nothing over there. It's the mushroom, right? Choo. It's looking problematic. Those are just clouds. Oh, it's a lot of bees there. That's classic. Looks like there's some redstone there, but it's a bit tough to get. Whoosh. And what's that over there? Some gold. it's just oil. Sure, it's nice having food. Let's travel somewhere earlier. There's some lava down there. Oh, probably would have been nice to have been, but oh well. Oh dear. Sure saw monsters around. Gonna jump in. Don't know where this will take me, but hopefully goes somewhere. It's not dangerous. Not did it. Where does this go? Alright, I'm back on. Hopefully that won't cause problems later. Sure it's dark. Where should I go? Yep. Maybe they won't see me, hopefully. Yep. Much that. This stuff. I see all this. What does the map say? Maybe we'll get somewhere over here. Oh no, that's a bit close. No. Oh dear. No, there's a zombie there, it seems. Yep. I sure am quite honest, seems. Some trees here, that's probably chop this tree. That's probably good to do. Oh, I have torches. That will help. Sure. Let's chop some of these trees. Oh, I have an axe, so that probably helps better. Some trees there. Doo-doo-doo. Sure is quite a place. Quite a bit of ways down over there. Oh dear. Nope, that's not very nice. Oh no. There we go. Let's defeat it. No, a lot of zombies around. Whoosh. Yeah. Surely we must be getting somewhere. Perhaps. Oh, there's lots of monsters. Oh no. And the lag. Oh my goodness. That's really not good. A bit dangerous. It's just a lot of lag. Only I knew how to make things better. Oh. Wash that. Yep. Wish. Oh, that's a dead end. There's no spider chasing us. We all know. That was pretty close. Oh. So make a run. That's a ship. Wrecked ship right there. That's about to be pretty useful. Shipwreck. I do hope this works. Making my way over here. Alright. That'll do. There. That's nothing too good to do, but it'll probably be alright. Well, let's go a little here, but I don't have much space. What should I do? Let's see if I can figure that out. Oh dear, that's close. My goblin's got me. Anyways, what shall I do here? Oh, I don't need that, I think. Carrots are good, I think. But don't know. How much would be a backpack? Leather. That's a problem. That's not. Maybe we don't need that. Problem. Oh, this place. No. Get rid of this. That'll do for now. So let's see. There's some water down there. Is there water down there? No, that looks about safe. Hopefully. Yep, sure was safe. Don't know where this is going, but I'll follow it along. Oh dear. That's good. This might go a bit too deep, I think. Perhaps. Potentially. It's a lot of water and I can't see. No. Seems we're just going deeper and deeper. I wonder what's at the bottom, though. Maybe there'll be some. Yep. Oh, there's something down there. Just a lot of lag. Oh. Yep. So this is what's at the bottom. Oh my goodness, I just realized I did not set the game title. Game. The game. I didn't set the game. Oh my goodness, I forgot. Oh well. There we are. It's not set to the right category. That's what I was looking for. Oopsie daisies. Alright. Anyways, I sure do wonder what things I'll find around here. Some stuff around here, I think. Oh, there's some gold. That's probably useful. So now I'm like this normally. That's about it, I think. I'll leave a dark oak block there. Some more. Mhm. This place seems like a dangerous, I think. Oh, there's a mine shaft there. That seems nice. Let's see if I can make a lot here. Let's see if I can make my way down over there. Oh, mineral. No good. Little bit more. Oh no. Yep. There's some water. That's pretty awesome. There we go. And there we are. Oh, spider duck. Dangerous. Make myself a shield. Probably useful. No. No, that needs up quite a bit of space. That's no good. Yep. We'll just do that. Now we have more space. And then this and that. And there. No. That's the wrong one. There we are. Nope. That's dangerous. Just wanna fight. Miss, miss. Oh, off the goes. Where? What do I want? What a bit lag though. Oh, spider spawner. That's no good. some nice overflows there. Oh, I get it. It's a bit dangerous. Let's find another way. Charge group further. Some water. Perhaps. Maybe this one. Yeah, that works. That's pretty good. Just press this button. That'll do. Field setting. There we go. I don't really know where I'm going, but I'm going somewhere. Yep. Some lava aquifers, I think. And some water ones. I sure do wonder if I should switch my shader back potentially. Perhaps. There we go. There's a witch there. That's not it. I should find another way. So enemies around here. I'm still struggling. It's no good. Perhaps I'll adjust my shader back. That's probably something to it. Yes. Nope. Oh dear goodness, the lag. That's not very nice. Washed out. Looks like water of some kind. Oh, well, according to me, there's quite a bit of water. something. Sure is one adventure though. I thought I don't know where I'm going, but just explore. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a mine shaft there. That's probably useful. Perhaps. No, it's not. It's a creepers. That's not good. Oh, no. That's a bit late. Alright, this lag is something, so I think let's see if I can fix that some. Eventually, so maybe it's working. Oh, out here we've found ourselves somewhere with lots of water. I'm sure it's a change. There, made it. Oh, what's that over there? Oh, sure, it looks dangerous. Where should we go? Yep. Alright. Let's see where we're going. Oh, that looks like somewhere down there. Maybe. That's not looking like a place. That's not. Oh dear. There. Managed. Just about. I don't think we're really going anywhere here. Oh, what's that over there? A lot of lava. Maybe that's something. I don't think so. Yeah, I'm changing this shader back. Let's see if this one does anything good. Nope. Taking a bit too long. Hopefully it works. Maybe this can help with the performance. Hopefully. I think this is working, perhaps. Maybe. Well, I mean, I suppose I can see quite a bit better now, so that's something. Oh dear. Still struggling just a bit. There's got to be an edge to this ocean somewhere. Perhaps. Don't see much around here. What's this over here? Oh, that's those new fish that appeared recently. That's pretty nice. What's that over there? Some water, I think. Oh, we found the edge. Not sure it's going a bit brighter. Yep. What's that? It looks like something. There's a tree over there. It's just, I suppose that's just how they are. Performance still isn't as great as we wanted to. It's probably something. What's that? Oh, spider web stings. Oh, that looks like something else. Perhaps. Skeleton. Oh, that looks like really something. Maybe that's something. Perhaps. Thanks. Oh dear. Sure is quite very laggy for some reason. Hopefully it can fix itself. Maybe. This doesn't seem to go anywhere. Yum. Oh, spider webs. That's no good. Oh, no, 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 no. That's really bad. That's not good. That's really bad. That's good. Deal with this lag. No, no, oh there. I got them. There. Now we're good. That was gross. Now it's time to see what this thing is. That's no good. This looks like it probably be something good, perhaps. There we are. Slowly got there with what else can I do to fix this lag, I say? Maybe lowering this. Does that help any? My goodness, that sure is slow. something down there. Oh, it's a stronghold. That sure is quite something. Where did that stone go? Oh, there it is. No space. Well, that sure is no good. Nope. Skeleton. I find a way to make more space somehow. Perhaps. Seems like I haven't really done much about that though. Yes. There we go. It's a lot of skeletons, so it's not very good. Just goes outside. This goes somewhere. Oh no. Seems problematic. Oh, silverfish. That's not good. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh. Maybe safe? Oh no. In there. Think of it. There. Defeated the skeleton. This guy's. Alright. There it is. This place is really good. In there. I might not be right enough for this yet, so I shall go somewhere else. Yep. I think I shall do the spawn command to get to spawn. And then it's raining. Not sure something. I think I should find some towels. That's probably good to do. Or some backpacks. There'll be some else somewhere. this one. What's over there? This looks like some lights, it seems. Just looking for some cows. Oh, there's also was that earlier. Sure, some. Don't know about that. I wonder if we can get back to the house there. Probably use some perhaps. Let's see about that. Looks like troublesome now. Pig. Some. Oh, there's some cows according to them. To get to them. Maybe not. And looks like a frog. There we go. Enough to go. And that's about it. Alright. You go down here. Hopefully that's safe. Where are those cows? Oh, there's some cows there. That's pretty good. Oh, still. First of all, I guess. Oh, hey, hello. Robo. How are you doing? That's how you spell it. Oh, no, it's just playing some of Minecraft here. Streaming. How's your days going on? Oh, I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, just figuring things out and wondering if I'm doing alright with my streaming stuff since I don't really know how things are. But I'm getting on by. ourselves hunting for some cows. Some leather. But seems my inventory's full, that's no good. Oh, I'll save some space. Oh, looks like the house over there, I think. Oh. Well, I mean, there's other ways to play Minecraft, but I imagine that must have been fun playing Minecraft on PlayStation. I used to play it on Xbox myself back then. I didn't really play much stuff. That's pretty fun. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's close one there. Missed also. Yeah, that was a bit tricky there. I'm not sure if I could have survived that. It's like playing on mouse and keyboard. Really nice, although I think playing on controllers pretty good too, though. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going though. I'm starting to get quite lost. Whoosh. Anyways, I think this might be the way to go. Perhaps. Yep. And then I'll be taking that. Yep. I sure do have some performance problems, so it's not very nice, but maybe I'll figure it out eventually. Whoosh. Anyways, I'll see if I can get myself a bed from this house. I was here earlier. Oh, no, thank you there. I'm not sure how I'll do, but I'll see if I can figure things out over time. I myself don't plan on just streaming Minecraft though, but I just thought that this would be a good test. Hopefully I can gain some more confidence over time. That would be pretty nice. But oh well. Yeah. Oh, here's a bit. Yeah. Oh, nothing else. Nice. Sims. Oh, why do I use anime character? I mean, girl avatar. Ah, well. I mean, I just thought it looked pretty nice. But I mean, nice. It's something. I was just building up my avatar and figuring out what looked nice, and that's just what I went with. I might change it over time though. Oh, there, my cat wants to be lit up, so I shall cook it deal with that. I'll be right back super quick. Anyways, I am back now again. Like I just wanted to know that, but let's use that now. Remember? Oh, well, my cat was just right there and the door was also there. So I just dealt with that super quick. Remember? I just realized that there's more things on my screen now than there were earlier. I don't know what's the deal with that. Oh, must be that clock, I think. Oh yeah, that did do that. I just realized that. Am I always this calm quiet? I'd say, I think I probably just get the hang of things over time quickly, but I'd say I was pretty nervous at the start of the stream. I didn't really know what to say or do, but I think I'm figuring things out. Although I hope my voice is doing alright. I'm not sure if the volume's all good or things are good along there. I'm also a bit clueless on things, I'd say. I'm trying to speak as good as I can though, or at least I hope I am. But I'm getting there though, I think. Oh, that's good then. I was a bit worried about that there. I'm using some monitoring tools to hear myself back, but it just sounds a bit quiet. But that's good, that sounds good there. Yep. Anyway, so trying to figure out what to do. Oh, I just need some more leather. Also, sorry if I behave a bit weirdly. I don't really know how to go about things at times. But I'm just getting there. Earlier. That took a bit of damage there. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, yeah, that seems like that's pretty useful to do. Well, I'm currently just playing myself back on Twitch page. And also on OBS there on the side. Oh, there. Oh, there, we got some spam waters there. That's not very nice. Also, thanks for the follow, Pro 101. Seems like Seribot dealt with those though. Hey, spam waters. That's my first right there. Hopefully that deals with that. Well, I think I'm having some fun streaming as I'm going to. Oh, thank you very much to do that. Not sure something. I don't know where I'll be taking things from here though, but hopefully I can get somewhere. Well, I'll see where I can go from here. Although you don't have to do much though. I'm just getting by and doing things and such. Yeah, I won't forget about you. You're the first follower there. Although not quite, I suppose, but you're the first one that's actually talked here. So that's something there. I'll remember you, I'd say, if you stick around. Although yeah, I'm quite sure I'll remember you. So, I'm sure I will. Although I do have some terrible memory problems, but hopefully that doesn't do much there. Wish. That seems good. Thanks for the support there then. I do lose my words quite often, but I'll see what to say. Something I do worry about is if I say something weird or wrong, but maybe that won't be much of a problem though, perhaps. Oh. Oh well. Yeah, things can get in the way there. Yeah, that can have quite an effect. I've seen quite a lot of people giving up over time, so that can definitely be some there. I see. Well, I'm still figuring out to say some stuff since I had problems with communication, I'd say, but I'm getting there though. So I had quite a tough time just getting this stream started. I've been planning to stream for a long while, but I've just had quite a lot of things get in the way, such as school and procrastination and figuring out what else I could be missing, but I set up quite a bit, but I think I got things good enough. Oh, this is actually just my first stream ever. First thing just on the internet. This is my first exposure to the internet, I'd say. Well, I mean, I've been mostly just a lurker in other streams, so I mean, I'd say that's something, but it's actually me doing something online, so that's something right there. Yep. Oh, well, thank you there. I mean, I've had a few followers just for some reason over time, but yeah, you are the first one to be chatting here, so that's pretty nice of you. It's quite a bit lucky in this time of age and such. Words sure are quite a bit tough though, I would say, but I'll see if I can figure things out. Oh, yeah, I myself just recently finished university a few days ago, and I thought that would be some good timing to get streaming set up. I mean, I haven't quite truly finished, but I can't really go back for a while. But eventually I return, though, I imagine. I don't think that really get in the way, though. Oh, you finished high school? There. That's pretty nice. I only managed to finish 9th grade myself, and then I had to skip out since just some health problems get in the way. But that's how that goes. But I got myself a GED, so that's some. Oh, I mean that seems like a good strategy there. School can be a bit tough, I'd say. You gotta do? Oh, diploma. That's pretty nice there. That's pretty good. I think I've gotten a few diplomas myself, perhaps, potentially. Maybe, I think. Getting one's pretty good. You can get quite a bit of stuff there. see, well, I'd say that there's something there. I mean, I suppose you don't really need to continue if you have left, though. I'd say. Yep. Pretty sure tough. Oh yeah, I am playing Java. There's quite a few other mods on that I added though. And also some data packs. I also have Bedrock, but I find Java to be a bit nicer myself, I'd say. Yeah, let's say that's pretty true. I mean, there's some fun to be had, I'm quite sure. But I find Java to be a bit quite a lot nicer though. Seems like a dead end. Oh, it seems there's a big thunderstorm rolling in my house in real life. That sure is something. Oh dear. Not sure if that's being picked up there. Oh, I mean, yeah, that can happen after a while if just a lot of playing can get you burnt out over time. That usually happens. Oh, that's quite a thing there. That's quite a thing that picked it up. That sure was a big roar. Also, I myself do get a bit burnt out of Minecraft at times, but eventually I just get the urges to just pick it back up. I mean, yeah. My Minecraft with your significant others. Very nice stuff, I'd say. It's a very good fun time. Well, that's quite a long time there. What could have happened there? Not sure if that's a bit much to ask. Oh. Well, yeah, that's true. That's just how it goes there at times. I myself have been through quite a bit, and things can happen there. I'd say I'm still kind of figuring things out on myself and stuff along there. And we'll see where things go. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. You can't really just give up on stuff. Yeah, just keep on moving along and see where things take you. That's just how that goes, though. Yep. Sure, the monsters around. That's a pretty good way of going about things, huh? That keeps your mind occupied. Also helps you get pretty healthy as well. That's it. Very good. Okay. there's also a chance things could go in somewhere positively doing that there, so I imagine. Alright. Just my bell going on. Oh, that doesn't seem very good there. You should probably be careful there, I'd say. Sure, it's quite some. Oh yeah. Remember, you're running low, that's not very good. That's not too much of a thing. Oh dear. Well, I hope the things can get better for you though there. Oh dear, what? Why would that be a thing? That's a bit of a long time to be there. I hope that you got better after that though. That's good at least. Have you been doing well thus after though? There. Sounds like a rough time. Oh. That sounds a bit problematic there. It sounds you should be good to get some sleep whenever you're able to. That'd probably be pretty good for your health, I imagine. Not sleeping very well can cause quite problems. Oh dear goodness, the performance is falling. That's not good. Let's see if I can fix that. No, that's nothing there. No, that's not very good. There. Sounds really troublesome. No. No. Hopefully you can have some better sleep over time. That sounds like a really rough time. I really dealt with that before my show, so that I'm sure it's quite something. I do hope that you can get some good rest eventually. That's actually good. Hopefully. Well, I think it's probably good to get your mind off her and focus on other things, but yeah, that can be a bit rough though. There's likely good ways of going about things though. Struggling. Oh. Well, I mean, I'm quite sure there's bound to be someone else that you'll be able to talk to. I'm quite sure that there should be someone. Eventually, you'll find someone, and maybe that can make you feel better. But although that can be a bit tough too. Oh, that does sound a bit tough. Yeah, that sounds really rough there. Well, I mean, I see. Well, maybe there's other ways to focus on things, I imagine. And random sounds. Maggots. I think my game sure has fallen apart quite quickly. That's not very good. See if I can get this a quick restart. Sure has fallen apart. Gonna restart the game here. Oh, well, it's working out. It's bound to be good for you. It's bound to get somewhere, I imagine. Although, you could probably get to have more than just working out, though. Maybe you could try doing more things, and maybe that can have you have some sort of goal, something to do. There's likely something to it there. Anyways, I'm gonna restart my game here. Oh, food is pretty good, I'd say. I myself like food quite a bit too. Church, goodness. Alive. Well, I mean, I'd say that. Well, I mean, that can just be one of your goals, but you can have other goals, I'm quite sure. I don't think it's good to just give up on things. Oh, what could have that been though there? My game's starting up. Oh, nice. Well, that sounds a bit tricky then there. Well, maybe you just gotta do some deep searching within yourself and see what there is to do, or just have fun. Oh, yeah, that can have quite an effect there. That is quite something there. I see now what you mean. Yeah, that can have. That is quite something there. Sure. Well, maybe there's other things to do than just the military, though. Oh, sorry, your own business seems like a good direction to move things to. That could be pretty good. Oops. Sorry, your own business could be fun. Oh, the marine thing. I'd say that Sure, could have been quiet time, but is there no way to continue with that? Oh, is that truly the end? Whee. No, I think things are working here and here. Perhaps. No. No, I mean, then that doesn't seem like things are truly over then. Quite sure if you have a long life ahead, you could still pursue that path if that's something that you really want. So that's something at least there, I imagine. That's only if you really want to continue with that path. Still try doing other things though, I imagine. I mean, if you still want to pursue that path, then that could be something to do at least. Although it could probably be a long while yet. But you could try doing other things meanwhile. That's something there. I don't think you have to crush your dreams that easily if you still have the chance to continue. That's something. Let's try to find some cows myself. Again. I mean, if doing your own business, starting your own business there works out, then that could probably be something. Well, that seems like a good goal and direction there that you got yourself there. I'd say things could probably look up for you there. You just gotta make your way over there and make things happen. Things could be pretty good. Yep. Well, then that seems like a good path there. Getting some help there seems pretty nice. Things could likely work out well for you there. take it. Keep yourself straight on and working on what you gotta do, then it's a pretty good way of going about things. I'm quite sure things will likely go well for you as long as you don't give up. You'll do pretty well. I'm quite sure. Just not let things get you down. You've still got plenty of time to do anything you want to do. You could do anything. Oh dear. What's I'm so sorry about that. The automated system. But you should be fine. I'm quite sure. You should be good there. The bot just deleted that button. I think you'll be alright. Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, you're good though. I can still see what you see. Yes, it's just that app's a button that just deals with things, and it just got you for spam, I think. But that's just how it goes. Oh, I should probably be careful there. You should try going with people that you find trustworthy and who you want to go with. That's it. Let's just read the message. Oh well, that's pretty good. Your cousin there. Having some help around. Pretty helpful. They're talking with people is pretty good. Oh, cow. In there. That seems a bit old there. Well, that doesn't seem very good either. You should probably be careful there, I'd say. I sure you could probably find someone on your own, I imagine. That sounds like a tricky situation, though. How do you then? Well, then maybe that can work out then fine. But I'd say being with someone else sounds like that could probably cause some problems though there. I'd say. That's pretty true. Lots of people that have experiences usually very good to be around with. That's it. still gotta be careful with who you go with, though, I'd say. Yep. If you can compete with them, then maybe there's some challenge there. Seems like there's something, but I imagine there might still be some conflict though. Whee. I mean, I think there might be a bit more to just strengths though. There's also quite a few other factors to consider, I'm quite sure. Things could go in quite the directions if you try going. But I'm quite sure there's a good way of going about things though. Seems like quite a goal to set there. I'm quite sure you can do it if you try again there enough. That could be quite a thing though. I mean, I'm quite sure it probably doesn't matter too much if you just get enough muscle. I imagine. I mean, with that in mind, I don't really know actually. I don't know much about weights and lifting and things along there. Though I don't really know much about things. I can only imagine that. Yep. Oops. Some stuff. How's that? How goes? Well then. I mean, I'm quite sure it's still probably doable. I mean, you could try, if you wanted to, you could try getting on some weight. Maybe that could probably do something there. But I imagine you don't need to gain that much weight, though. I imagine. But I see, though. That's not a door. Oh dear. I'm so sorry about that again. There's probably a way to fix that. Stream insane. 보이시도. Well, I mean, with that in mind, then I suppose. Oh yeah, your message is a bit too long there. It's just the automated system. Well, then I imagine you probably bench like 155 to 165, mayhaps. Eventually. I wonder if this will do anything. No. Oh, wait. Nope. Oh, do you? Ah. Well, then maybe like 170 to 190, perhaps? Maybe. More? Well, then seem quite strong then. Alright then, what about 200 to 250 then, perhaps? Maybe. Oh, yeah, I can do that. Oh, 225, eh? Well, that's quite a bit of amount there. That's quite a bit. Then you must be pretty strong, I'd say. Yeah, sure, it's quite the stuff still. You might do a little bit better there with some amount of weight gain. I myself don't think that being that strong is all there is to it though, but that could be something that's what you want to go for. Seems like a reasonable goal to set. That could be pretty good, I'd imagine. Yep. I imagine that could probably be pretty good. Oh, wait. No. I should probably build a house eventually at some point. Yeah. Probably good. Well, I mean, not sure that they sure are quite the fast, I'd say, but I'm getting there now. They're a bit tricky. Oh yeah, I'm also a bit laggy. so that adds quite a bit to the danger there. But so far it's oh, yeah, it's a bit late at night, but I could probably go on for quite a while. Although I have been yawning quite a bit, but I think I'll be alright. It's just about 1 AM for me though. I still need to build a house. Oh, same. Well, then that's quite the time zone then there. There's a lot of zombies. I mean, if you gotta sleep soon, then that's probably good to do. I'll probably be here for quite a while. I don't know how much longer I'll be here though. I'll be here for a while though. For sure. Although if you feel the need to rest, then you can do so. That's it. Sure it's a bit dangerous. Oh, I cannot aim. I mean, even if you don't have much to do, it's good to get some sleep for your health, that's it. Not sure it's something. This might be the end for me. Oh, fire. I survived. That's pretty good. I mean, if you're not tired, then I suppose you can stay up until you do something. You should probably rest once you do feel tired, though. I mean, that can happen there. I myself have been yawning quite a bit. No, that's a gosh. Oh, maybe there's something to that there. Maybe you're not getting enough sleep, or maybe there's just some things. Although I don't think yawning is that bad to do. I might. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's not good. Oh, never mind. That's not good. some, some kind of something to do. I imagine probably would be good to. Well, I mean, I suppose I don't really know, but that seems like something to do there. Yep. I should probably be careful though with that. Whee. Nice. That seems like pretty. That seems pretty good. It must be quite strong there. Football's pretty fun. That's it. Oh, I didn't really get into sports just with my health problems, but I guess seems like a good time that you had there, though. I'd imagine. That's quite a variety there then. Must have been quite capable. Seems like that must have been quite the fun to be had. Although I don't really know much about things on there. Oh well. That's good on you then there. I couldn't really get past that, but that's pretty good. You were able to. It only makes you stronger, I'm quite sure. Oh, my cat wants to be let back in. I'll be right back. Super quick. Now I'm back again. Cat's randomly around here. Oh, it seems like one of those things, is it there? Must have been quite a capable person. Seems like one up, I think. Well, I mean, I suppose I am somewhat tall, but I don't think I'm that tall. I am pretty shy though. And I'm still figuring my way around things, I'd say. Although I don't really know much about the world either, or at least I don't think I do. I am very forgetful though, so that can do quite the stuffs there. Ah, I am 5 feet and 11 inches myself. Somewhere around there. Climbing kind of, but I'd say I'm slightly lower just a bit. Not very close. Okay. Sure, it's a bit tricky. No. Oh. Oh, I took a bit. How are you? I mean, maybe you could get taller. That actually happens at times. That could probably something to happen. Although I myself have seen quite a lot of people taller than me in comparison. Yeah. I mean, I think there's a chance, potentially, perhaps. I don't think height really matters that much, though. I don't know. I'd say that's just how it goes, though. Oh, that seems pretty rough in there. I mean, something you could do is just wear some taller shoes. That's an option, I'm quite sure. If you really want an extra height. Duh. Yeah. Oh, snow now. Seems. Maybe 5 feet and 6 inches, perhaps. Don't know though. Oh, it seems like quite a while. Oh, and that is pretty close in there. I'd say that sounds about average though. But that's just a gauche. I don't think there's too much of a problem with such heights though. I mean, I suppose my height kind of varies a bit too, so that's how it goes there. Oh, is that true? I thought it'd be a bit lower. Although maybe it depends on the country, perhaps. Or region. No, I mean, yeah, most girls are usually pretty short, although there can be some pretty tall people around though. Also, my cat wants to be let out, you know, be right back. Alright, back again. It's something that I can't really imagine there. I don't really know that kind of stuff, just from imagination. That is quite a tough one, though, I'd say. And I'm quite sure it varies quite a bit even with that one there. Well, I mean, it's not really like that. It's just I haven't really considered or paid much attention to the averages there. But I could like just assume perhaps that maybe Caucasian, but probably a bit off. It could be anything though, I'd imagine. That's just the way I guess. I'm quite sure it's likely wrong though. Let's go to the fireplace there. Yeah, I suppose that is quite correct there. That would be how that. Although I don't really know things too well though there either. I mean, I've seen some white people being pretty short. I'm quite sure. I'm quite sure anyone can be anything though. I imagine. Oh, I see. I mean, I myself am also Mexican though, as well. Or at least I was born from there. So that's something there. Wish, wish, wish. That's what I think under there. Seems like I've not been lost again. Yeah, words can be pretty tough. Yeah, don't really know what to say. No. I'm just still playing along, although talking about random stuff sure gets me a bit lost, though. That's how it seems. Yeah. We should just stop playing along. Oh yeah, I am playing on PC. That is what I'm using. Although it seems my computer might be struggling for some reason, or at least it was earlier. Might probably be some random mod I'm using. Oh, there's a nice place there. That seems pretty nice. Yep. get something. Well, having a PC is pretty nice. If you manage to save up some money, you could probably get one. It's pretty handy. Oh, there's also the Steam machine. I've heard that works pretty well as a PC. I'm looking forward to getting that one. It seems like it could be pretty good. Steam machine. Lost. Oh, the PC that I have is one that I built out of parts I bought from money I earned or got. Actually, that's something. Well, I didn't quite manage to build it myself, but I did manage to fix it up when I dismantled it, so that's something. Oh, there's the house. Let's see now. Oh, hello there, Bliss. How are you doing? Oh, so a lot of money to lose there. Oh, that sure is quite something there. Alright. Oh, your days have been going well. I'm just figuring things out here. Oh, is my chair having struck? That might have just been me messing with my hands, going all around. Hopefully the model's doing good though. I think it just does that times. How do you manage to lose such things there? That's quite unfortunate, I'd say. Just gotta be careful there. I'm not sure it's quite the losses. Oh, what's that there? It's a tower. I lost one. Oh, well, that's not very good. Was it like a package thief there or something? That seems pretty bad. Oh, seems like a thing to do. House. Oh, that sounds a bit tricky there. Sounds like a tricky situation there. Oh, getting PCs on that. That's pretty nice there. Quite just us. Well, I mean, talking like that sure does seem like that. I mean, there's a chance it could have been something else too, though. Oh, well, that's pretty good in there. Hopefully your money's staying safe, though. There we go. Oh, there's a diamond. That's quite a thing. That's quite a lot of money there. Seems like you can get quite the stuffs with that. Maybe save enough. You could probably get yourself a PC if you wanted to. That's smart. Right, does she want to get you? Well, I mean, yeah, getting your priorities there is pretty good to do. Although I imagine getting a PC would probably be lesser than a truck, so you probably don't need to save much after the truck there, I'd imagine. Oh, there's type. Nice, no? Well, that seems like a good goal to have there. Quite the stuffs, that's it. Yeah, I do that. Oh, that works nice. I can stuff buckets. That's good. Just like this. I mean, you got a bit of time to think about that. I get the truck that finds to be the one you want. Oh, there's something down there. That looks like a boat. Let's see what's down there. I mean, you could probably get one of those or another one. It's all up to you, though I'm quite sure. Let me see. You'd probably get a choice if that's what you want. Try thinking about if that's something that you really want, though. Wondering if this is possible. Oops. Maybe. Yep. I made it. Nice. Sure, I'll have oil. Oh, some nice stuff there, I think. That seems useful. Whee. I mean, how could I not? I managed to hit the oil there. That's pretty good stuff. That's it. Yep. Just a fishing rod there. Oh, what did I major in? I went into mechanical engineering and then some computer science, I think, although I forgot a bit. But I got myself a degree in I got a degree in something I forgot, but it's something to do with AutoCAD. That's the one. Yep. That lets me build houses, so that's something. But I haven't been able to do much with that. No, but something. Though. And then I'm still working on either mechanical engineering or computer science. And that's how that goes there. That's just a farm. And yeah, I'd say something. A lot of things I could get here, it seems. Maybe a 3.7 or maybe 2.6. I don't know though. I can only imagine. Oh, it's all about bread. What is this? Oh, I broke stuff. Oh, it was 3.7. I see. I mean, I sure is quite a guess, I'd say. I mean, that just seems kind of about average, though. Oh, that's a pretty good score, then. That seems pretty good on you, then. In there. Just one thing. Nice. I think I'll leave it up there. Oops, move a bit. Yep. Sacred sites. Oh, this ship's a bit buried. There's going to be treasure though. Maybe I could do this. And that. Study that. Sorry about that. It's just my microphone's a bit something. I'm not on my bed, I'm on my chair. But I'm just holding a pillow to support my back on my front. But that's just how it is. I'm just a bit weak though. It's just how it goes. Let's go on loop. I suppose the sensitivity on my microphone must be a bit high. Whee. I thought I had more. I still don't have enough leather. That's no good. Yep. Maybe I should go somewhere. Oh, there goes my pickaxe. That's no good. That gives me more room. Probably. Yep. That's still not enough there. Oof. Somewhere. Let's go up there, little there. Blue's pretty good. Oh. Pickaxe, oh. I suppose I could have done that. I didn't realize. I was just thinking about grabbing the diamonds, but not that. That could have been good to do. Oops. Oh, I can just grab that in there. Treasure somewhere there. Doesn't go anywhere. It just goes down there. Alright, I'll leave it at that for that. Nope. I'll press this button then. Nope. And then we go. Magic button. Oh, have I? That's quite well. But I think I could probably go longer, perhaps. I still haven't built a house yet. That's, I think, one goal that I would like to get done. But I still haven't been able to do that. Once I manage to build a house, then I think that's probably a good point to stop, perhaps. Oh wait, I can just do this. Maybe. There we go. Pickaxe broke. And now we can have diamonds, and then... I mean, I don't really need to sleep myself, though. I could probably go on for quite a while, I imagine. Oh, my character's bugging out for some reason. That's not good. Yep. Show us something. I'll sleep once I get to a good ending spot. Once I get there. Nah, they won't get mad at me. They let me go on for as much as I want. I think that's it. Yep. I mean, I don't really have anything else to do other than this, so that's something. Yep. There's a music person over there. Sounds dangerous. I still need to make a backpack. I'll drink a bit of water. That's all good. You can take a rest if you need. If you fall asleep, that's all good as well. It has been pretty fun talking though. You're free to do whatever you want to do. Why, sure. I think I haven't gone to the house yet. Perhaps. Alright, maybe I can reach it. What's this? Teleporting power. Alright, I mean, that works. That's all good with me. If you fall asleep, then that's pretty good for your health, that's it. It's nice of you watching on. Feel free to watch us back as well. Yeah. I have to deal with this here now. Oh dear. That's close. Super tricky. Maybe this can work. Wait, oh no. That went a bit far. Oh, it's on. Oh dear. That's a bit rough. I mean, I'll see when I can stream again. I might do another stream tomorrow and a night as well. That should be about when I'll do the stream, I imagine. That might be a bit random though. Could be another time potentially. I did have some trouble starting just this stream, but maybe I can do more regularly. I could probably bring it. I'll see where things can go. So I'll try teleportation again. Wish. I'm it. There we go. That works. It seems like a nice house. Oh well. And that could be nice. Although, I'd say it's not necessary if you don't make it next time though, but it would be nice to see you again if you wanted to. Yeah. Sure is quite nice. That's not beautiful. I see. I mean, I still don't have things fully set up, so it could probably be a while until the next one, or it could just be the next day. Could be pretty random though. I suppose you can be on the lookout if I do appear again soon. Yeah. Okay. That's another one. I mean, yes, I suppose notifications do help there. That's always good to do, I suppose. There. Wonder where I am. Oh, that's quite a distance I've traveled. Have a good night there. It's been fun talking with you, I'd say. I'll keep on keeping on here, though. Yeah. Don't know how much longer I'll be streaming though, but I'll see where I get to. Just gonna swing. Seems like a nice place here. Not quite small. Make a hole here. There. Made it safely. And you're gonna still the lag's coming back again. That's not nice. There's sure some. Might have to restart the game again potentially. Almost like. Boom. It seems I might have to restart the game again. Potentially. Now I'll try restarting my game over here. Then hopefully the lag can stay away. Just a quick restart there. Off we go, then I shall restart. Getting there. That should probably be good enough. Not sure it's quite right though. Nope. Nope. Hopefully this works now. Starting there. Loading it. Oh, I forgot to turn the thing on. I shall do that. There it goes. Taking a bit slow. No. There. Nice. Hopefully the lag stays away this time. That'd be pretty good. Just go in here. Made it. Oh no. There goes my water loss nugget. That's really good. Oh, maybe we can get some water over there. That's all it means. Wish, wish. Right, buddies. It's a bit tricky though. Maybe eventually I'll manage to build a house. Not sure would be quite something. No, that's just blue eyes seems. That's not very useful. Maybe. Nope. Seems like a dead end. Here, maybe I can press this button. That works. Strolling along here. Seems like quite the biome coming up. Just a swamp of some kind. Oh, a wasteland, that sure seems useful. have some from up here. Oh, that's not the end. Oh my. Oh, there it goes. Water cup. Yeah. Places to explore. Woods. Oh, it seems like a nice place. I could probably something. Perhaps that's just an ocean. And still no cows. Eventually I'll find more cows. Surely. Do-do. What was that? No, probably something. Some more bread. And that almost sounds real. Some. Lots of waterfalls falling down. No, it's just all yellow. What's that? I should try it over there. Maybe that could be a song. Cemetery key. But there's not water in there, my goodness. That doesn't include Monica. Oh, I left the crown table behind somewhere else. I saw some. No maybe this goes somewhere, perhaps. Oh, also been lagging. That's not it. Alright. Maybe we can make this. I made it. Oh, there goes my bucket. That's not good. That's really not good. Where did that have? Oh, no dear. That's a nice bucket. That's not nice. Now I can just do this. Oh my goodness. Let's see if I can get that bucket out. Oh no. Oh, that was close. I think that bucket is gone. How unfortunate. This is some very tricky terrain, I'd say. I see. Oh dear, that's not it. Maybe. That'll do. It's close enough. Okay, sure, so push one more. Seems I'm a bit less. Lag, I think. Okay. No! That's not good at all. That's a very long distance audience. Sure. Maybe this. It's a bit tricky to deal with there. Really? No, my cat wants to be let back in, so I shall take care of that. Wait. Now I have returned. Get yourself inside. I don't think I'll handle that, so I shall I still gotta make my way down. It's quite a distance. Maybe I can make it. Fully all the way. That's fine. Maybe down here. No. That was close. There. Oh, it's not quite there yet. Wait. No, I can make this, I think. Surely. It's 300 more down. Maybe this will find. Perhaps. No, still not quite enough. No. Yep. Maybe this is it. Maybe not quite. There it is. Nope, that's the distance. Nope. Oh, there's some. There, that works. Sorry about that, my cat's doing things. Whee. Yep. And so I'm still lost again. That's no good. can get back somehow. Maybe this water can help, perhaps. Oh, that's damage. That's not good. Oh, drowning. That's not good. Gonna do a bit of a teleport there. Or maybe not. Maybe not. No, nothing work. Ooh. There we go. Made it. Is this the sky? It's not the sky. That's not it. There's still a lot more to go. Maybe I can up the quality distance. There we go. Maybe that can work. No, that kind of works. It's too much. It is a bit much. Never mind then. Alright, I'll do it probably. Oh, that looks like something falling in there. Sure, some. Alright, I think I'm not gonna be finding any cows down here, so I shall do a quick spawn. Back to spawn. Remove that. I'll do. Oh, there's a cow right there. I'll do. That works, perhaps. Unless there's better cows. Maybe. There. Oh. Hello. I still need more cows. Where are the cows? It was not enough cows, I think. Maybe there'll be some more somewhere. No. Tem outras cow. No, dude. Where's the cow? Maybe down there? No, it's... Please, please. No cows. Maybe there's somewhere else. No, there's the cows. I'll do that there. Follow this just in case. So I'll water on the... No, purple. Maybe that'll be fine. Nice. That works for now. Oh, there's another way still here. I'll do. Style. Bundle would nice, I think. That would actually really nice. There we are. Now I can hold that up. In there. Oh, game froze. Oh, it crashed. That's unfortunate. I'll get that back rolling. Whee. Game's loading back up. Oh, there it is. Back on the screen. Whee. And there we are. Back on. Sure, sticking a bit. There we are, back on again. Oh, what's that? That's water. here. Seems like something has happened to my bundle. That's not very good. Yep. All those items just gone. It seems. Perhaps. Yep, there's just nothing there. No. Just put some flowers here. Oh, that's all the leather, so that's not good. Oh, what's this? Oh, beef. That's very nice, actually, though. Oh dear. Alright, I think bundles are just not good, it seems. I'll simply have to avoid them. Whoosh. Back, restarting again. Whoosh. Yep. Sure does take a bit. There we go, back on again. Sure does get stuck a lot. It'll get there though. Oh, what's this then? Seems like something happened, but don't know. Means I can't trust bundles anymore, it seems. They're just broken for some reason. Maybe I should try building a house, perhaps. Where could that be? Maybe around here somewhere could be. Oh, this place kind of seems like a nice place to build a house, perhaps. It's a lot of land here. Probably good. Yeah, sure, we can work with this. What kind of house should I build? Trash I have, seems. Some of this around here. There we are. Never right then. Just gotta think about what kind of house I shall build. Maybe around here. There's some wooden stone. Oh, maybe I can make something like this. There. Yes, okay. There. That'll do. So that's that. But how do I expand this? I'll make this over here. And then we just see where this house comes out to be. Yep. So we shall build a house here. How's this going? What is this? Didn't realize my FOV was that high. There, I think we can expand a bit more. I'll put that door here, perhaps. Maybe. That works. Maybe. House, I think. Perhaps. A lot of window space. Oh, we lost some crafting tables. No. There. Stop everything there. Got some iron. Now fuel. Sheep over there. Spiders are good. Oh, an iron. That's pretty lucky. Guess what? They're gonna make an animal farm. There's a lot of monsters. Nice. Nailed it. This looks like a nice place so far. Yep. Door, I think is what I need. Yep. The door shall go there. Chat friend, chat. Perhaps. Not gonna happen there. Oh, and there. Whee. Oh, thanks for the follow. I am doing that. Quite nice of you there. Yep. My alerts might be turned off for the sound, so that's probably alright. I'll fix the next time. Whee. So how do I deal with this? Gotta build the floor somehow. Anyways, I shall put down some fences. There it is. Some fancy. Oh, there it is. I just cannot see it. Right. Seems useful. 6, 7, there. 7 that way. And there. There we are. And that works. Are we good to have some more? Maybe not. I could do. Where'd the car go? Oh my goodness. Just forget things. There we are. Now back for those sheep. Sheep. Where did the mic? Yes. I lost it. No. That's tragic. Oh, that's too bad. Just a bit of a loss. Not even scenes. Is there farm nearby? That's not real. No. See if we can get some grass. Oops. Is there any bones? No bones. Yep. Well, that's okay. Yep. Yeah. Have to go. Oh, sure some. That should be fine. Oh, there the lags coming back. That's not very nice. Let's still have some reds and some. Maybe this will do for now. Yes. Oh, some more papers. This one seems nice, I think. Do we still have 3 chests? That's something to see. Yeah, they still exist. Nice. Let's do the torches here. this time on this PC. No. That'll do. Oh, there's no water. That's not good. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there it goes. There. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. And lift it up. Let's make this a square. Yep. I went that before. It's gonna be quite bad here. Gonna need a bit more dirt than that. There, that'll do. Let's bring it. And then we just fill it in. I suppose. Achievement gap. There we go. Just a bit of that there. Maybe there's better ways of going about it. Not enough width, my goodness. That's just mad. But time to grow some trees. And there we are. Now it's alright. More sheets. Oh, good. I think I need to make a bed. Seems. Oh, that doesn't bother. There. Bed mate. I think that's good. Lyrics. Nice. Oh, there's monsters around. That's a bit dangerous. That'll do. I suppose this is missing something. Oh. I suppose we could do that. That's pretty good. Nice trees. Some stuff there. Yep. What else shall I do? Oh, I should probably do a bit of this. That's not good enough. No. There we go. I should probably light this place up a bit. Oh. Oh, game's struggling a bit again. That's not good. Q. There. We did. Now here. What's that count? Nope. There we go. Nice flock of sheep. That should be good. There's enemies in the way though. There we go. Off we go. Nice sheep. Deals with that. There. I'll live now. Yep. Unless maybe yes. I am. try this one actually. There. Alright. Let's do that. It's not any good. Nice. There we are. Yep. There. Awesome. Surely. I think that works pretty well enough. Oh, there's suddenly a big forest there, I suppose. Indeed. Zombies. You lights. I love this. Oh, that might be fun. Oh no. That's kind of good enough. Oops. Nope. And just the pearls. One elevator. That's not good enough. There we go. Unless there's something fresh. Keys. What else shall one do? Oh yes. That's pretty good. Let's do a bit of this. And a few more snaps. X. And there. Now we have that. And then you just. Oh, there. Sorry. That's okay. Then I think this can just go with it. No, no. Oh, that's wrong. And that's not good at all either. Oh dear. No, I just went right off. Oh, that's just not good. There now works. Oh, there's a, oh, that's pretty. Nice. There we go. Maybe that'll do. Not sure that's getting the way that does. Yep. Can I canvas this? I can. That's pretty good. Put this there. Nice. That works. Now what's next? Expansion here. No. Still. There. There you go. That's all the stairs. Oh my goodness. Eesh. This is right. I think. And there. That's a pretty nice size. Cups. I think that's gonna work out. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Oh, but we'll need more slabs though. There we go. There we go. Oops. Oh, still missing a bit. save these apples, I think. Oh, there are lots of monsters up here. No Snogan. A lot of them. They'll probably be safe. Oops. Magnum. How much for this one? Not sure it's pricey. Oh, that's one. And then we just put some stuff there. Nice. Oh, not quite. There we go. Oh, it's just off in. Don't know what kind of house I'm building yet, but that's just something. Yep. And there. That'll do for now. It's just something got quite a bit big. Maybe it's alright. Maybe a little. Check it out there. And I think that this can be workable somehow. Okay. That's an elevator. That's okay. And there. I shall lower the sheep. Wait, I'll do. And that works. I'll need more wood though. Oh, hi, hello. Hello, Kari. I'm just playing some other Minecraft here. I'm doing pretty well. How about you? Are you doing well? I'm just building a bit of the house here in this here world. That sounds like a nice time there. Hopefully you enjoy your time there. A bit of relaxation, so is it? Am I looking for a word that is? I mean, it does look a bit similar like that, I suppose. No, it's just... I felt like playing on a noodly road, so that's just what I'm playing on. Just seeing how things go. Don't really know where to go with that. I'm building up the past, so that's all I got for now. Oh no, this is not a map, this is a terrain generator that I customized a bit. It uses the noodle preset, and then I stacked a few terrain generators on top of it. It's still, it generates infinitely, so that's how it goes there. It's just a noodle world with random things on it. There's quite a bit to it though, I'd say. Although the underground, the lower region, has quite a lot more as well. Oh, thank you. I'd say it took quite a bit to get to look a bit nice. There were a few tries. Yep. I can do a quick show of how the underground works, or looks. Just gonna quickly fly down a bit with recam. Oh, is that? That is very likely true, actually. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't realize. Alright, hopefully that should be good now. I didn't realize that was a thing that was taking place. Hopefully that's all good now though. Anyways, just gonna do a quick show of how the under area looks, because I think this looks pretty nice. Yeah, a bit of spoilers still, but that's okay. There's like big oceans and stuff down here, or there's big giant aquifers, and then a lot of lava, and that's just all quite the stuffs. And then there's even more down here. This is quite a bit of stuffs. And that's essentially how that goes though. Yeah, it is a bit something, but there's random structures that help though, but they don't give that much loot. I'd say it's just quite a world though, but I find it fun. It's just I thought it would be a bit nicer than a standard world. Yep. And that's about it. No, there. And for now I'm just here, kind of near up the sky. Yep. Just getting one by. Although I'd say it would be a bit tricky to get all the way down below though. It's pretty far. There's like the way I'll manage. Yep. Oh yeah, villages still spawn. Everything still spawns, even strongholds. All the structures spawn. And the monuments too. Yeah, very nice. I could give a quick example of a village, I suppose. I'll change the spectator. Looking village. Let's find a random one here. Hello. That might take a while actually. But maybe it'll work. Or maybe it won't. Oh, I did find one. Awesome. Alright, I shall quickly see where that goes. Just to see how shall return back to here. Oh my, that is quite a bit laggy though. Very slow. Oh, off we go. We'll have nothing around here. But I should load eventually. At some point. Perhaps. That's quite a bit something though. Oh, there it goes. There we go. There's a village. I do think. Yep, that sure is a village. Although, I think it's still loading a bit. Yep. Oh. Well, my computer's kind of struggling just a small tad, but it's kind of good. Yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff to things though. When is that something? I'll quickly show a monument since those are pretty fun, the ocean monuments. And then I'll head back to my house. There goes. Surely that won't take too long. Hopefully. I just think that it's pretty nice looking how they turn out down in the water. There's. That's a bit high, but that's not where it is. It should be down over here. There we are. Sure, let's take a bit to load though. And there it is. There's the ocean monument. Still there. And then below that should be some lava. And that sure is quite a generation, I'd say. Pretty fun stuff, I think. But does take a long time to load. That's about it. I'll go back to my house. No, no. Where it is. No. No. It's just quite the wrong generation, that's it. But yeah. I'm just playing along. I don't really know how I'll go about things though, but I'll figure things out. That's in the progression. Now we got some meat growing here. Grow a bit there. Also, I do have quite a lot of mods as well. I think they add the things, although some might be a bit too overpowered, which I might remove if they are not too good on there. Of course, it's like the rain. What to do next? What would I think? That's an elevator. Might be a bit overpowered though, I think. This could be a bit higher. There. I should do. Nope. Well, yeah, I do wonder what things could come from here. Let's see. see what I can build. I'm not sure if I'm much of a builder though. But, let's continue along and see how far I can get. Maybe things can be fun. There we go. Now, this stream is mostly just a bit of a test for me of trying out streaming, but I just thought it would be fun to play on something like this. So let's just end there. Yep. That there. Just only a moment. Oops. I do have a bit of so let's do it like this be a bit easier. But let's go slow. There. Thanks. There we go. Let's buy some. It's a bit too long. Yes. There we go. There's a lot of monsters. Let's look at so. Oh, yeah, take care there. You have a good dinner. And yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna see you. I think it's first off. Bye. Oh, that's not good. That's really good. Nice. No, that there. Nice. Oh yes, chests. Yes, this. Nice. Maybe this is enough. Perhaps. Oh, no, I don't think it is. That's very good. No, but maybe this can work. Oh, that's the wrong one. That's no. Oh, yep, sure wasn't enough. There. Just quick check on the thing. There. Sure, my defense is there. Just gonna grab a few here. I'll do. Struggling a million. It's not good. Check them out. Seems I shall cut some more trees. And off we go. Nope, there goes the axe. Or maybe not. That doesn't do anything. Nope, there goes the axe. No up. Another axe. Oh, trigger. Let's bring it. And off we go there. And there. No. Just planting a few trees along here, and then things should probably be good. Yeah. There, y'all loot. Oh, zombies there. sleep. Oh, I do need some fences, I see that. Oh, the lights turned off, that's no good. So, turn them back on. There we go, that should be good. I think we can have some glass down here. Not quite enough fences. That's probably a bit too many fences. Oh my. It'll be alright. Boom. Oh, I think I can work with this. This will do. There we go. Nice. Now that's something. Nice. Got something going on. Some quick water I'll drink. nice house so far, I think. That's pretty good. There's a zombie villager that probably useful. Although I don't have a way of paying that. No. I shall look for some sand. No, these trees could be pretty nice. Grab some. Oh, you alright? Surely? Yep. I don't see any stuff there. So mix. Up to go. That's defeated. Yep. Do the upper button. Whoosh. Yep. We are now hunting for sand. Do-do-do. Oh, there's a moon over there. That's pretty nice. Sweat the environments around here. Notebooks. That's pretty cute. Hopefully they'll be right. This looks like a nice biome. It's my place. This seems like a different direction than from us. There's some nice berries there. I'll take some. Stuffs. So get some. This is probably good. some sand will appear eventually. At some point. Let's swipe the place. That looks like a dead end, perhaps. There's some trees over there. The sleeping bags exist. They do not. Or do they? They don't. Oh, that looks like another mine. Somehow sand, but it is not. What the And if I continue. Well, of course, so that's probably actually pretty good there. Maybe we can get some. Perhaps. That's a bit dangerous, though. I do not have anything, but maybe this can work. There we go. Made it. Oh, this sure is a big. Wait, let's see if I can get those cows there. Teleport button. There we go. Oh, I sure said big matter. The new ones. Oh, psych. That's a bit dangerous. This torch is not doing anything. Just go and battle. This probably better. Nope, this one's a bit dangerous. Oh, that died. Nice. Not enough space. No problem. Oh, chicken. That's something. Let's back to cows. What's down there? Looks like something. Yep. Are there more cows? wonder if there'll be more cows though. Oh, there's a nice looking house over there. Maybe there could be something. Oh, might be a village. Perhaps. Yep, another cow. I'll be taking it. Nope, just another one. There. Gonna do the tower button there. And then maybe another button. Mushroom. This is a nice place, but there's a lot of zombies slowing up. There's bound to be a bed somewhere, I think. Perhaps. Hopefully there's a bed. Oh, nothing. Oh, where's the bed? Nice. Sparkers sort of in the way. Just a little bit. There. Now they're gone. Nice. Seems like a nice place. Oh, no red. Oh, is that sand? Nope. Still no sand. Seems to be no waste over here. That's something. Set up a waypoint. One. Another. Then we go back. Forward. And now we're back here. Right there. Now it works up. Yep. And then we just that's pretty good enough. I shall return back. Teleport. Yep. Probably useful. So that's pretty good. So that's it from this village. Well, the villagers are probably useful themselves. Could get something going there. There. That's a pretty nice place. Here. That's good. Yeah, that's about it for that village. Oh, that's not. Nah. No. I shall return back with the button. There it is. Found it. Oh, there. And then off we go. Nice. Oh, sure is a lot of stuff. That'll do. That works. No. I should pick it right up these apples, I think. Yep. Let's go a little back. And then we return back. That's pretty good. Is there anything here? No, that's not. Find a way down. Teleport button. Teleport. There it. That was close. Snus there. Oh, linda. Is there anything else? Yeah, there is. A nice place here. Taxi. I could probably use some. Oops. Alright. Oh, this is a place. Nice. Valor. It's quite a fancy tree there. Sure, it's quite a tree. There's some snow here. That's a bit different. Snowy cherry grove. Oh, it's the house. I show you some. Looks like a nice house. There's not much to. That's alright. That's a nice formation. Just got the place to sit still around. It's raining though. Redstone. Seems a bit tricky here. There's another direction to take. Sounds pretty rare, it seems. I'm sure I'll find some, surely. There's bound to be some soon. This looks like a dead end. Oh no. But there's sand. Or sand. Maybe I can make it. This looks like a nice way down, perhaps. Yeah. The lights have fallen off. I shall fix that. Other. Oh, that must be sound. Hopefully. That's not sound. There's some somewhere. Lovely. Mm-hmm. I think I like the change to music soon. I think good to change things up a bit. Maybe that one down just a bit, Marshall. Maybe there's some sand down here. Really? Here. So some village over there. And here. No, good. I know. That's quite bad. It's a team else. What's wrong? No way. No way. That's good. And there we go. Maybe that'll be sand down. That's exactly when cows. That should be some nice stone generation though. Yep. Just a lot of traveling here, it does seem. Is this possible? I think I still with the teleport button, perhaps. Hopefully. Yeah. That's a bit dangerous. Let's scan everything for now. Maybe it'll be sent somewhere. Remember there being sand around somewhere here. Maybe there's not much. Oh, there's some lava. That's something. Yep. Seems to be going down. Must go over here. I'm struggling a bit. Just know it. Just an island. Maybe. That could be some reps, but maybe not. Remember. Maybe this is no. That's what's trying to go a bit down here, a bit more perhaps. Maybe I'll just find some sand. Not enough else there. this, I think. Oh, I see now. That'll probably be useful for later. Maybe I'll find some sand down here. Perhaps. Nope. This should be some. Holes. Go down we go. There's a nice waterfall down there. That's a bit more. Yep. Should I some? No. Can we destroy it? Seems a little bit there then. Oh, there's a nice waterfall there. That'll be pretty useful. That seems pretty close enough. Perhaps. Thanks. We can get to the bottom here. Game's suddenly struggling with it. And there we are. And a bit further. Oh, there's some clouds down there. Is there some? Yep. Then we go down here. Oh, and we made to the lower part of the room. And that's just lava, that's not good down here. Back up we go. Nope, oh there it is. Game's struggling a bit. Just a bit up here. Oh no. So a bit stuck. There's a way somewhere here. This might work out. This is looking good. Nice. Now we're here. Oh, they're on to me. That's not good. A bit on my head. That's not good. No, iron. That's very nice. Suddenly lots of lag. That's not very good. Alright, that will probably do it. Oh, that looks like a nice place to land. It's just water all the way around. Grab. This sure is a spot. So it doesn't seem to go anywhere at all. Oh, thanks for the follow, Axel. Yay. Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah. wall. Oh, I think this might be a waterfall. I shall move my way here. Maybe we can make it here. Oh dear, that's not good. Oh, there we go. I'll do. That works out. Oh no, didn't see that one. There's a lag. That's okay. Oh, lots of water now. Then we just continue going. And then there's this. Hello, excellent. Yeah. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I'm just playing along here, just seeing where to go. Just a lot of things here. Okay. I'm just trying to find some sand and maybe some leather. Well, I think I'm good on leather now. I just realized I can. Oh, no sparkles. Something dangerous there. Oh, sleepy are you? Ah, okay. I'm getting by there. I might probably be about close to time to sleep. Oh, thank you very much. I was a bit worried about my voice. I feel like it's not the greatest voice, but it's something. Thank you for saying that out there. I'm just exploring the. Oh, on my end, I'd say I'm not that sleepy though, but I might probably call in a few more hours, I'd say. There's still quite a bit of time. Well, I don't actually know when I'll end up. I shall see. Oh, there are the lags. Why would? Wish. Wish. And then we just continue on going. Oh, there's this cobwebs are no good. That's a bit tough. Yep. There we go. Oh, that's not a cobweb. That's weird. Oh, this might be some wallpaper. That's a bit rough. Someone managed to live through that. These sure are quite the caves though, I'd say. Place. Oh, it survived. How do you? I'm not really sure how my voice is, but I just hope it's doing good. I imagine your voice must be pretty good too, I imagine. Oh, well, let's ask all this stuff. Yeah. Anyways, I shall see. see where to go from here. Oh, do I? Well, I'm not very sure about that, though. I'd say there's probably still quite a bit of work to be done, though. Thank you for saying that, that's it. It's quite the wits. Oh, there's some spam bots around the old. No. I still haven't found any sand yet. Though it seems. Oh, shark scraper. That's a bit dangerous. Maybe there's sand here? Nope. Nothing to be found unless a bit rough. Oh, that's pretty close. No. Seems a bit dangerous. Oh, there it goes, higher up. And up we go. I'm not sure where I am. Maybe sand? No shit. Sand's a bit rare, it seems. Oh, hello. Welcome in, Madman Kent Morgan. I'm just Aliak. I'm just streaming along, playing some Modern Minecraft, figuring things out. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Maybe you can have some fun in there. It seems pretty good. Oh, so thank you for the follow, Madman Kent Morgan. That's pretty nice of you too. No, that's Atlas. No. Let's fall off the edge. There's some. Good. Spider. Oh, that's a poison spider. That's not nice. A bit dangerous there. My pronouns say, I'd say they're a bit work in progress. I still figuring things out, but you can just refer me to whatever you feel like. I'd say for now, until I feel a bit more confident on that front. Bam. Essentially, that's how that goes though. I'm good with whichever though. Good. It's a quiet place though. Yeah, it's all good. I think I'm having much luck finding sand here. Oh, I can make a boat. So that's probably good. Do that. There. Now we can sell this water. Here. A bit of mixing. So sorry about that. The stream element spot. Things like, but you're good. You're good. Have a good one though there. I will drink some water and take care of yourself there too. Sorry about the bot there though. But you're still good though. Hopefully. I'll see if I can fix something there. Sorry about that. I hope you're doing good though. That's nice. Thank you for the follow, so have a good one there. I might have to fix up that bot there though. Should I fix it? Maybe I'll find sand somewhere nearby. Sand exists. Whoosh. Yes. I wonder if the chat is working on the stream there. I don't know. This is hopefully it's doing good though. I think I tested there earlier though. Oh, that was sand. It is not sand. Where is it? Oh, that's sand. Nice. I found it. Oh no. My goodness. Nice. Finally found sand. That's pretty good. Sure took a while though. No. Clear out that. Take a bit. A little bit. And then some more. Oh, fell off. No. Maybe. Oh, this is causing a lot of water. Yeah, didn't make it. Alright. 84. Let's see. There we go. Some. There we go. Maybe a bit more sand, perhaps. Speaking of water, I should probably drink some water. question. Oh, 540. Let's go with some. Let's go have it. Maybe that's about it. Or maybe not actually. 9. That kind of works a bit. I'll do 8 stacks or so. Yeah, that is actually working, I suppose. Maybe. I think we can come back. Anyways, I suppose I need to find a way out of here. Somehow. No? No? Gonna make my way over here. Oh, I think my cat wants to be lit up, so I shall deal with that super quickly. I'll be right back. Seems my cat does not want to be lit up, so she stays. So I have a bit of inventory left, so I suppose I can explore one of those mine shafts. And there we go. Da-da-da. Oh, creeper. Oh, that's 4 mine shaft there. How do I make it? This my FPS doing good. It's falling off a cliff there. That's probably not good. Probably. Sure, it's a bit low. Maybe we can pick up. Maybe that's probably good. Perhaps. Yeah, we'll keep on. Perhaps. Oh, there's something burning over there. Skeletons there. Spider skeletons. Maybe. No. Anyway, so if we go here. Oh, monsters around, seems. This probably goes somewhere. Yum. Something. Oh, some that underground grassy biome moss. I forgot the name, but it's that biome there. Mossy underground biome. It seems my cat actually wants to be loud this time. I'll be right back. I have returned again. Make it now up. Sure, square place. It's quite messy. Oh, Lush Caves, that's the name of the biome. Let's have this. Do I sound like a sad cat? I mean, yeah, that could be some. I mean, maybe that's just how my voice sounds. That's something to consider. Nice. Although I don't really have too many wits to use, but I just keep on. Oh no, I'm drowning now. That's weird, but. Never made it. Nope, made it somewhere. Nice. There's a creeper going up. That creeper might die, potentially. Oh, there goes. Creeper dying in water. Quite unfortunate. Oh. That's some gunpowder though. Oh. Where did it come? Oh. Oh. Nothing there. That's rough. Whee. Oh, full. And then we go here. And then I wonder where to go. Oh dear. I think I'll have to use the teleport menu. That's not probably good to do. Oh, that was the wrong button. Oops. Just gonna fix it quickly. There we go. And then I teleport to the house. Oh, sounds like a very nice spawn point there. Seems like you could probably make something there potentially. It's quite a place though. Yeah. There's a lot of zombies here. And a lot of lag as well. That's not good. There it is. Yum. Got some wood. There. And that'll do. Some more sheep. Nice. Let's bring it there. And then we just a bit more stuff. Let's see if some of this can go. I don't know what one does what. Oh, that works. Nice. Oh, we have sand now and then raw flesh. And now we just make a furnace. And then that works. Hi, welcome back. I am still awake. I'm still going strong here. I got myself a bit of a house now, but I still want to continue on though. I don't feel really sleepy yet, so I'll just keep on going, I'd say, until I get tired. Wish, wish, wish. That's the wrong thing, don't I? Yeah. There. That'll do. I think things seem to be doing pretty well so far, I think. And I think looks like set up. I'd say the streaming seems pretty fun though so far. Getting quite a bit into it, I think. Maybe something more to come, perhaps. Yeah. Leather. Oh, yeah, you should get some more sleep there. Sleep is pretty good to have. You can sleep as much as you want, I'm quite sure. Yeah. Hope you have a good sleep down there. There. No chest. String. There we are. No backpack. No, that's pretty good. Backpack bun. Nice. And now we have storage, and that's pretty good. Now we got the sand. That should probably be good. That should do. 540 sand there. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's some ores around. Maybe. I think the ores might be all down below. Though. Some cooking there. Does this cook? It does not cook. Where could this go? It's nowhere. There. And then more torches are good. There we go. That's pretty good. Let's try a different shader packs, see how that fares. Might think a bit too low though. Loading in. There we are. That's a bit different. I think this one looks pretty nice size, perhaps. Although I do wonder if I can customize a bit more. Sky. settings. 200, my goodness. That's quite a lot to it there. Oh, that's probably fine. There's quite a bit of stuff still up though. This might do fine for now though. Yeah, right. That looks kind of nice. Anyways, what to do next? This needs some filling, I do think. Any more ones? Running through all that hunger, that's no good. This seems to be doing good. That's not good. Let's go. There. That's good there. Nope. And then we deal with that. Just bear. No. I feel a lot of lights there. Just planting some trees here. Do go with things, perhaps. Let's raise this. There we go. A lot of trees. Less. Oh, that's pretty good. Some nice glass, please. Nice. Just throw it down there. And that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Some more. There we go. That's all good, pretty good. Nice sunset coming through over there. Sure, it's quite something. Oh, logs. We got logs there. No, we used that. That's missing something, I think. Perhaps. Oh, that should be there. Oh, missing an X. Alright, that was a good one. And now we continue. And then we just let's take a look around. Oh, gray sheep. That's a pretty nice color. Let's go in there. Black sheep, plus white sheep, equals gray sheep. Oops, very nice to know. This, these logs are missing something. I think it's glowstone. I think. So I shall find a way to the nether. Perhaps. The nether's quite a wacky place, though. About equally wacky here. Now, where should I put it? There's some lava over there. Let's see if I can get some. This looks like a nice place now. Lava bucket. Let's go over the iron. Just drop some stuff in. I think that's all good. Backpack. Nice, we just grab some of that. And do that. Get a bucket. And that's weird. Now we go over here and get some lava. That might be a bit difficult, but I'll see if I can get there. Seems like it might be a bit difficult to get down there, so perhaps. I'm gonna go over here. And then go over here. See if I can get some lava. Over here. There's some nice trees around. Maybe we should plant some of those. Perhaps. Where could that lava be? It's got to be somewhere. Negative 100. That's pretty low. No, actually. There might be somewhere. Better lava somewhere. Perhaps. Or I could just go down. That's an option too. Well, we'll go with going down, I'd say. It's probably faster that way, I'd imagine. Oh, there's a bit of oil. More. Down we go. Some water. Maybe oil. One of these. Let's go steeper down. And then we go down. That's a bit close. That wasn't water. Then go a bit up. And then a bit more down. Nice. And then that's looking a bit difficult. Oops, spider. No. there's some lava right there. Well, that's a bit too high. Oh. That's pretty nice stuff. Hello. Then go further down, I think. Oh. There we are. Almost the bottom of the row. I should do. Oh, there we are. Some nice lava there. A good time there. Sure, it's got a place down here, but I need to dig it up somehow. There, safe. And then we teleport over there. There. Made it. Now do. And then we just go back over here. Do something with the lava. Or a portal. Bit of lag though. That's alright. Maybe it'll go away soon. Perhaps. There we are. It's fixed. Yeah, it seems like a good place to put some lava. It's gonna dig it up 2 squares. Some minerals. That's actually pretty useful in these. Oh, that's the end there. Oh, different over there. Oh, but no. Oh. There to finish it. Just a bit low there. Seems but that's okay. Yep. Just expand this side, I think. Oh, that's quite a bit of sun there. Stagnation. 3 there. 3 there. Some stuff there. That's actually pretty handy, I think. Nope. Wait. Oh, some losses. That's how it goes. Oh well. To fill up the place with lava. I should use just a bit of flooring here. Oh, I was fun to deal with this. That's great. Then we just dig out the floor a bit. And oh, pretty low food. That's not good. And that works. Nice. Oh, that was a close one. Yep. nice food. Then we just this seems a bit tricky. How should we go? I think this is gonna work. Or does it? No. I shall do one strip here. I shall do now that should do some good. And we just have to fill this up here. And there we are. That should do good. A spider. I think this could use some torches. We can go one up. Diamond nuts. That's pretty rare. Another one. Oh, it's an emerald actually. That's pretty good to have. That's so good. We deal with it. And that's all good there. And we fill these up. Fill in there. Nice. And then put a torch there. One there. It's all good. Now I'll do. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a good amount. Then it's probably not good to do. So I'm gonna patch this up again. Oops. And there. That looks like it works. That's nothing but there we go. We have a lava here. There we go. There's expanding now. That's a bit of stuff. And now that's all good with lava there. And then we'll grab some water. And that should be pretty good. I think there was some water around here somewhere. Oh, I should probably go to make it daytime. Yep. Oh, my cat wants to go back inside the shelter, and I shall be right back. There, I'm back inside with my cat. Come here. No fuel. Now time to find some water. Where could that be? Oh, there's some water over there. I do think. Oh yeah, there's some water right there. That works. This should be a salt. this water, and then that should be pretty good for things. There we are. There we are. Now we just make some infinite water. Not very useful. But where could one place that? Oh, it seems like a good spot. Will do. Some nice water to have. Bed of lag, sadly. Maybe it'll fix itself. There. There. Some nice water to have. And to find where I put that lava. Right over there, I think. But it's very filled with monsters, that's not good. Bit of quick sleep. And then we go. Then we go over here. Maybe this is safe. We're good. In there. Nice. Some nice lava. Obsidian. Then we just mine it up. Might think of it. There we are. Then we mine this one up too. Nice. 81 obsidian there. That'll do for now. Then to figure out where to put the portal. I think over there seems like a good spot. Perhaps. Lots of monsters though. Then just chop this up a bit. There. Yeah, that seems like a good spot. Perhaps. Maybe it could be changed though. Perhaps. Some. When you go. Probably alright. There. Nice portal. Now for some flint. That'll be it. Oh, some monsters. Back to the portal. Now we have another unlocked. So that's pretty good. Time to see what's on the other side. taking quite a bit to load though. Oh, there it goes. There we are. Another time now. Sure, it's quite a place here. That'll probably be alright. Can't do anything with that. That doesn't do anything. That's rough, but oh well. It's pretty smooth and clean though. Could probably make some flooring out of that. It's quite very nice looking. It's very nice looking. Hello. Oh, glowstone, that's what I wanted. Alistair and Neolurus Square. I shall try the teleport button here. Made it. Oh, workshop. Oh, there's a lot of stuffs here, it seems. It's bound to be useful, perhaps. Some nether one. That's pretty good. Let's go to this next side. A ghast over there. Lost it. No, sure, seems like something. Then some skeletons, some I didn't have to. Yeah, that's okay. Ghast over there. Maybe it's safe. Oh, there's some glowstone right there. Some easy access. I'll be grabbing that once I get to it. Okay, skeletons. There we are. Now we're, that might be dangerous. Let's see if I can get myself a helmet. Helmet. That'll be safe. Oh, there's the glowstone. Somehow. Seems a bit tricky. just grab some stuff here. Got it all this time. And then hopefully I can get this. Glowstone. There we go. This place seems to get some. Maybe I can use some of that quartz for some. No? That could be nice. There. Managed to get out of there. That's all good. I'll do a bit of exploration, see how this place is. Seems like a nice place to hide, I think, perhaps. Oh, places to see. There might be something there. Seems to be quite viney though. Then we go over here, see what there is. Then over here. And then we continue. See what there is. Oh, there's gas down there. That's that looks like something there. Let's go through. Might be enough exploration there, I think, for now. Let's see if I can make my way back. Perhaps. Could explore more if there was a better way of navigating. Seems a bit tough though. Oh, and gas is over there. Hopefully the gas doesn't see me. I wonder if I can get a happy gas. That'd be nice. I suppose I gotta find a soul sand valley for that. Maybe there's one somewhere. That'd be a nice goal way to see. Wish, wish, wish. Oh, Mike cube over there. There's the portal. Oh, there's some quartz blocks. See if it helps me any. Oh, there's some bone blocks. That will be pretty useful. furnace. There we are. And that's all of them, it seems. Yeah. Now we'll get some parts from over here. That's not good. There we go. That's the end of that. No. There. Cycle a bit. Well, then we go over here. Back to the bottom. And that's the end of that. There might be more down below. No nether fortress. It's raining, seems. There. They're exploring. Oh, monsters nearby us. Good. Oh well. And then glowstone. Just a few bit of this and put it up. There we go. Yep, this one's here. Nice. No, that's pretty good. To continue this with wool and an ender pearl. Elevator. Just gotta move that up a bit higher somehow. That's holding up. Nice. Yeah, that works. Now this nice. Maybe something else though, perhaps. Fix that. Something else. There we are. Oh, oh. Oh, check your farms. Where's that? There. Oh, meat this time. Oh. We just plant a bit more. And there we are. That's pretty good there. That sure seems like quite a scenery. Oh, looks pretty nice. Didn't realize that. It's quite something. Well, anyways. Nice, huh? It's kind of looking like a house. Perhaps. I think something could be down here. Let's see. There's some glass. Colored glass could probably go. Maybe flowers can work. Nope, zombie there. That's not good. Nice. Take care of that. Yep. If there's any blue flowers around. Just lavender all around. And the way to get rid of this. Oh, maybe I have enough stuffs. Perhaps. That'd be nice if I do. 2 diamonds. That's not quite enough. No. Maybe it's not quite good enough for stronghold, perhaps. Maybe I could go mining. Probably good too. Let's see about that. We'll grab a bit of that there. I think that's probably good. Oops. And mining, I think, would be it. That looks a good spot for mining. Over there. Oy. Yep. There. Top one. Then we go over here. Oh, that looks like a nice place to mine as well. That could probably some. I should do a bit of mining here. Oh no, is there any ores? Oh, there's some copper. I'll take that. And do a bit of big mine. And hopefully we can get some diamonds, perhaps. Oh, there's one. there's another one. Maybe that's enough. Oh, nope, I'm all out of food. That's no good. I forgot to grab food. My goodness. Provide some heavy hits in that performance there. That's all good. And then we go back home. It's over here. Oops. Maybe over here. It's bound to be somewhere. Where did the house go? Some stuff's down there. Oh, there's nothing down there. My goodness. Never know, but that's not good. Maybe turn the house on. That's over there. Alright. Then we go this way. Oh, I had that about that. I remember now. I think there's some nice stuff that I could probably build. I do say. Quite the stuffs. There we are. And then we go down somehow. Top one. Oh. That's something. There we go. I think this should be fine. And then we made it. And then we just get diamonds there. And then the lamp. Or torch. Yep. Some rock seams. And that. Oh, it's a trickier one. No. I'm not sure there must be some of that somewhere. Maybe. There's bound to be some. There's some nearby. What could that be? Oh, it's interesting. I wonder what this could be. Oh, it could be there. There. Let's see what this is. Let's look at this. Anyways, time to find what's over there. Over that way. Then we go over here. Then let's see what this is over here. Oh, it's open. Some nice fireflies around. Get some. Seems like a nice place. Oh, there's some frogs as well. That's cool, I think. Oh, there's some blue stuff. That's. I need this. That's the color. Enemy? Or not? Never mind. Yep. Cornflower. I don't think we need that. Leather. There. Let's try again now. Oops. It's time to make my way over here. Somehow. It's a bit tricky. Oh, there's one. Time to go over here. Enemies around. And go over this way. There's the stuffs. Indeed. Tricky. That's very tricky. Let's see if we can get there though. See if this is possible somehow. Yep. What's that sound? Oh, snow. See some more. There's some nice water there. We made it. No. Oh, no, 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 no. You know. Yes, but I missed it. Let's see if I can get up there. Make my way back up here. Over this way. That looks like a right path. Perhaps. And we go over here. Let's get closer. Maybe there's something. Something broke. Oh, let's see. Oh dear. It's okay then. There. Oh, there's quite the stuff here, it seems. Maybe. Yeah, there's quite a few lot of runs around. Is there any loot though? Note. Barrel empty. Oh no. I'll be leaving that. No. Oh, enemies. Lag. That's not nice. Hopefully it goes away. Yep. There it goes, I think. It seems like quite a nice sunset there. Or sunrise, actually. Yep. Then we go over here. There. Ooh. There's quite a lot of flesh there. And the golden apple too, that's pretty good. I don't think we need that. No. That one. What's here? Oh, more fish. That looks about good. Some structures around. Ruins. It's especially scrabble. Got nothing for that though. Oh, open. I am a bit lost, it seems. Forgot what I was looking for. Let's load it. There must be something though. I wonder what it could be. Oh. I don't know what this. A lot of items here. Right. That's not nice. Oh, there's nice views over there. What? Oh? Oh, there, my helmet has broken. That's not good. It's unfortunate. Some trees over there. The trees. Some nice sucker blossoms there. That's a bit rough. I don't know where I'm going. I went a bit too far. Perhaps. Maybe I'll go back over here though. Looks like a water placement there. Hello. glowing. Oh, my voice is low. Hello, next time. Oh, my voice thing, right? Let's see if I can volume it up a bit somehow. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah. Just trying to make my way back over here. Let's see how it goes there. Move this up a bit. I'm not sure if that's anything. Move across. Oh, that doesn't do anything. Yep. Nope. Yep. This time, there we go. Made it. Yep. Alright. My voice isn't sounding too low. Let's see if I can. Just a second. Let's keep on moving through here. Those are quite the paths to take. That looks like a bed and down here we go. And maybe that way we'll go. Lots of damage though. No. Yeah, it seems like I got past the thing. I think. I should hopefully take this. Oh, there's the house. Nice. That works. Oh, but there's a big gap in the way us. Time to find another way through here. There's bound to be maybe over here. Should be good. Do I think so? My earbuds died. Here we go. No, they should be it. Try to fix that. No. There we go. I can hear it again. Whee. Oh, some monsters around us. Look at. I'll do that. Oh, there's a disconnection here. That's a bit problematic. Maybe we can do a bit of this. And then over here. Nice. Made it across. And now we should make it over there. Then I'll see if I can continue building that house over there. Oh, and I should be able to make that magnum torch now, I think. Oops. Yep, should be able to. Unless I forgot something. I did forget something nice. That's unfortunate. Let's take a sleep. something in the nether that no. Oh, there's bound to be some, surely. Oops, skeletons. There. And a fire. Alright. I wonder if there's what I'm looking for here somewhere. There's bound to be. Maybe. I shall do exploration. There's some nice bone blocks there. I'll take that. Oh, we did. I'll leave that though. Well, the durability there, that's not good. Probably good to renew that at some point. Oh, that looks like there might be something as well. Oop, missed. There we go. I missed. Nope. I missed again. There it goes. That works. Oh, some disc there. That works. Looks very dangerous. And I have no help. So let's move. Yep. Oh, that looks like some there. That would be very useful, I think. Perhaps. Make my way over there. That looks like something too. There seems to be nothing here. Sure, it seems like something though. Oh, that looks really like something there. Perhaps. Oh. There, how does one make one? There, way there. Go this way, I think. Looks like a dead end of some kind, I think. Oh, never mind. That kind of looks like it goes somewhere. Maybe. Maybe over here. This could probably work out. Yep. Made it this way now. That's pretty good. Oh, skeleton stars thing, skeleton. Yep. That'll do. And then some of this. That'll do. Very good. Well, there must be something good here, perhaps. Maybe. Oh yeah, there's some more skulls. Oh, there you go. That one didn't work. That might be lag, I do think. Maybe. I'm sure it's quite some. Everything's looking a bit frozen. That's not very good. Oh, there goes. Something must have happened. There we go. Stairway inside here, though. That kind of looks like an entrance. There. Oh, that is an entrance, I think. Seems like it could be useful. I'll be taking that. Yep. Oh, no, it broke. That's not good. Well, I'm quite sure it'll be fine now. I still don't have what I need, though. Is there any chest, though? We'll see about that. It kind of looks like there's something good to buy for another pickaxe, though. Don't have a way to craft another one. So that's no good. I'll make my way over here now. Wish, wish, wish. Seems like someone there. I mean, it seems kind of like some, but not quite enough. That's a bit full. That's a bit of a big drop in there. And then we go over here. Then move my way down. Oh, that looks like a fire. Never mind. That's just glowstone over there. Oh. Could that be nothing good? I think. Oh, that looks like lava there. Of some kind. Oh, fire. I'll leave this. There must be a way down, I think. Oh, there'll be. Oh. I wonder what's down over here. Oh, fire. Oh, that's that could be useful. Dry gas. That seems very useful. No. That could get me something to fly with, I think. That might be dangerous in this environment, I think. Oh. There we are. That'll do. Bit laggy again, that's not good. Hopefully it goes away. There it goes. Let's see if I can make my way a bit lower. I think I can make this with a top button. Top button did not work. It did work. Never mind. That works then. That'll do. Hi, Ariana Lucas, how's it going? I'm just exploring a bit here, trying to see if I can find some. My day's been doing good, thanks for asking. I'm just trying out streaming here, that seems... So I've been streaming for a while. And yeah, you're welcome. That's so good. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, very welcome. I'm just figuring things out a bit here, though. How do I? Thank you so much. That's quite a thing of you to do. Thanks for that. And that's the last follow there. For the goal, that's quite a thing. I'll put you on stream now. Yeah, that is quite a thing. So this is my first stream as well, so that's quite the stuff there. I'm super new at things, so I don't really know much about stuff, but I'm getting there. And thank you. I think that's quite a lot there. Oh yeah, I'd imagine there's bound to be more. I'll continue sticking with it as I see fit. Although I do wonder where things will go from here though. Oh, is that right? It's quite nice of you to do. Although I'd say I'm a bit shy of that. Oh, but I'll see where things go there. Thank you so much for doing that though. I'm not sure if I'm that entertaining or good to watch, but I hope I can be some kind of person. Oh, thank you so much there. I made out of some boost parts with some customization, but yeah. Oh, my cat wants to be let out of my room, so I'll be right back so quick. Yeah. Oh, what are you curious about? I'll answer in just a moment. I'll be right. There, I'm back again. I just had to let my cat up. What's missing? I am pretty new, so I might be missing some stuffs. Yep. I'm back full in. Oh yeah, the emails. Yeah, I'm so sorry about that. That's still my first stream, so I haven't quite gone to that yet. I do have some emotes planned out to make or get made there. Oh? What ideas do you have? What do you have there? I do wonder what kind of ideas, yeah? Sure, I mean, if it's nothing too bad or dangerous, then I'd say it should be fine. You're free to share if you want to, as long as it's all good. Yeah. And I also have some ideas myself of what kind of emotes I want to have, but I haven't quite gotten to it yet, but I just wanted to do a bit of a stream. Oh, Yeah, sure. If you want to, you can connect. Uh, I don't have much of social media, but I suppose I do have a Twitter account. That is something. I also have a Discord too, but I haven't really opened those up to the public just yet. No, but yeah. Yes, my Twitter. I'll quickly grab it. I'll grab that quickly. It's a very empty Twitter though. This gives me for now. I haven't quite done much there yet. I'll send it here in the chat. There you go. There's the Twitter. Super empty though. So let's have some. Eventually there'll be a bit more to it though. It's all somewhat outdated, just like that. Whatever. That's quite a lot about it though. Huh? Hey, welcome in, Hacking Hooks. How's it going there? Sure, I'll send you a message if you want. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm just figuring it out here. Button. There. I think that's the button. Hi, hello, Hacking Hooks. Yep. How's it going there? I'm trying to figure out how Twitter works. I don't really know how to get around, but I'm figuring it out though. Yep. Alright, then I think I got something going. Perhaps. Hold on, I might be a bit lost here. I'm getting there though. Hold on. I'm super new to things, so I might be a bit clueless, but I'm getting there. There you go. Sent you a message. I hope that's okay. Yep. And back in. Yep. Seems like a dangerous thing here. Oh, that's some dangerous lava. That's looking really dangerous. That did not help. No. That's not good. Hopefully I can get that back somehow. Tricky. Oh, that's probably good. Okay. Trying to figure out how to go about that. That's pretty good. It must be cool somewhere. Oh, there it is. Nice. There. No doom. might take a while there. See if I can get something else. That's a big enough leap. There. That's big enough for now. Oh, that was some leap. No, that's all good. There. There. I should try and make my way back over there. Hopefully. Might be a bit tricky though. There we are. I wonder how tricky this will be. Stop open. No. Maybe over here. Oh, that looks like something that might be missing. Perhaps. Yep. Oh, doesn't seem like it has what I wanted. No one. Maybe this does. Oh. Nope. There's some obsidian though. Oh, iron. That's pretty nice. That's probably useful. Oh. I'm gonna see if I can make my way down over there somehow. I think this is too low. Top one. Too late. The teleport button didn't work. Oh, that could probably work. There. One. Maybe we can make it over here. Oh, I should do it here. Whoosh. Maybe. Maybe I can make it here. Maybe. Nice. Oh, we're close now. Yeah. That's where it goes. Easter Isaac. Oh, lag again. That's not good. It's very close now. Maybe this is the no. Hold on, I'm taking a look at that. No. No, no, no. Anyways, 30 meters that way, that's quite a distance. Let's see if I can make my way there somehow. Oh, oh, there it was. Nice, made it. How does this one get there? Nope. That's not looking too good. There, that'll do. Oh, that should be something. There, one. Let's see. Nice. Got my stuff back again. I think that's about good. Perhaps. Anyways, gonna make my way a bit lower down. Do-do. Do-do. I think we might be getting pretty close to the bottom there, perhaps. I imagine so. Yeah. Do-do. Nice. koppelen dan helemaal kneumen. Real close to the lower part, I think. Yes. Almost there. Oops, only right. That's pretty good. Oh, that looks like a good spot. Alright. Yeah. Alrighty. That's good. Now where do we go? Maybe something else. We're still. Oh my goodness. Let's over there. Yes. A distance away. Microphone there. Oh, looks like that goes out. I shall go over there. I think this might be some, perhaps. Oh no, lag. Should be some. Oh. be something over here, I think. No. Then we go over here. It's a bit some there. We're gonna get over here. There ought to be something there. Yeah. This place sure does go down quite a bit. Big. Yep. That looks like it goes down. Perhaps. I wonder if I can make it down there though. Vines. Not that. The map's showing some interesting stuff, so there's probably some there. Oh, legs coming through us. No, it's gone. This goes down. That's great. Oh, that looks pretty nice there. Should I some? Oh, that looks like there's some there. Maybe there can be something yet down there. Well, I'm not sure if I'll find what I'm looking for. But maybe it'll be there. A lot of lava around. Let's go a place down below. How does one get there? Maybe over there. I'll see about that. Oh, this seems to be going well. What's on my leg? Let's show some. Yep. Alright then. Yeah, my sphere shadows changed there. Maybe I can make it. Made it. Kind of. Laces, that's what I was looking for there. That'll do. some lava and some others. Maybe that can work, or maybe not. I don't think about too much. It's probably to not do that. I'll just run it down. I have cobblestone, so that'll do. Just gonna make my way down. This seems to be a bit slow, but I'm getting there, right? Oh, my cat wants to come back inside. I'll be right back. Oop. There I am back again. Let's let my cat back inside. Come here. Come here. Oh, that was close. Just gonna quickly heal up here. That was pretty close. Alright, so I gotta figure out what to do next here. I have no pickaxe, that's from so I think I can make it here. Noises around, it seems. I'll be right back. My cat wants outside again. I'll be right back. There, I'm back again. My cat's back outside for some reason. But there he goes. Yep. Nice. Hopefully this works. No loop. Alright. This place is a bit shiny. Oh, there's a lot of lanterns there. Wonder if they can be done with some. Oh, that's some nice iron there. Oh, that'll do. the gravel there. Ah, hello, Elizabeth. Hope you're doing well. I'm just playing a bit of Minecraft here. Figuring things out and such. Yeah. Oh, leather spray outside, I think. Oh, I'm doing, I'm doing pretty well. I've been streaming for quite a while, but I'm getting on by. I'd say I've been having quite a lot of fun streaming. This is my first time streaming also. So it's been quite a time. I'm still doing pretty good. That's fine though. Yeah. Yep, you're doing pretty well over there. That's fine. Yeah. Is this my favorite game? I mean, I'd say it's more just a game I play, but I wouldn't really call it my favorite. Although I don't really know what would be my favorite game. This was just a game I was thinking of playing to just try things out. And I thought it seemed pretty easy enough to play on. Although I did set up quite a bit to get things working, so I mean that's just good fun to be had though. That's just how it goes there. Yep, top of an. Oh, places. No, it's a bit tricky. Yep, I'm still here. Are you able to hear me? Hello? I thought I'd responded to that. If I'm not sure if you heard me there. Although if you didn't, I said that this isn't really my exact favorite, but I'd say it's a pretty up there. It's a game I like. It's pretty fun. I set up quite a bit though. I hope you didn't hear me though there. I've been told that my voice is a bit quiet, so I'm not sure how to deal with that there, but I suppose I can figure that out somehow. BM. Oh, perfect. I see. Why am there you go. Well, I'm just getting on by though. This playthrough has quite a lot of mods though, so that's something there. It's a bit dangerous. Wait. There we go. Suppose I could use a shield there. How long have I been streaming for? Just for 8 hours and 37 minutes. And that's all of time. This is my first stream ever. So I'm just still figuring things out. So yep, what you see there is what I've been streaming for. I haven't streamed before, so yep. My words are a bit wonky, so I'm still figuring things out there. I do have a bit of communication problems, I think. But I'm getting there though. Yeah. No. Looks like there's quite stuff still here. Am I a full-time streamer? I'm still figuring that one out, but it's looking like I could become a full-time streamer. I don't really have anything else to do. It could be likely. It could likely happen. Yep. Something to think about though. There the game's lagging a bit. BM. there is a chance I could become a full-time streamer, but this is still my first stream, so I don't know for sure yet. Top weapon. Oh, missed. Oh, that's the first. Sure, that's good somewhere. There. Oh, some dangerous stuff there. Oh, gosh. It's quite the end of these there. Yeah. There's quite the stuffs around here. Oh, did I? Hi, how are you doing there? It's just a bit of a mod pack type of thing I set up here. Which is quite a place. Yep. What time is in my country? It's 7:30 a.m. So that's something there. So well in the morning. But I started a lot earlier on though, if you look at the timer there. Yum. Just looking at some stuffs around. That's good. Yep. Nice. I am still missing blazes. That's something I gotta get. Oh, is it the coffee hours? Me. No. Yeah, I think yes, that's a good morning, I'd say. Hope you have a good time, son, over wherever you are. Yeah. Top or fun. I haven't drank coffee myself though, but that's how it goes. Although I did buy quite a lot of lavender coffee, that's pretty good, I'd say. But I don't really drink coffee often though. Yum. Top or fun. There we go. Do I play? Yeah, I have. That said, I played plenty, a lot of other games. This was just something I thought would be good to try for a stream, though. But yeah, I have other games. I have a pretty big library that I'd like to play through, but I'm just still figuring things out, though. Although I'm not too sure if I should play certain other games until maybe there's more people around. But for now, this is pretty fun, though, I'd say. Now, I'll delve into other things as I get over there in time, I'd say. Yep. I got a pretty good library of games. Oh, they're lying good. Alright. Top or fun. Oh. Top or fun. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Skeleton. There. Oh. That looks useful. Did I play GTA 5? I do. I do play GTA 5 at times. Although I don't play very often, though, it got to a point where it's a bit something. But I like playing with the cars. The cars are pretty fun, and the things one can do. There's some fun stuff there. Yep. Just figuring what to do here. There we go. No, that looks like it's peaceful. Seems good. Yep. What do I do besides streaming? Well, I mean, that's something that I'm trying to change at the moment. What I have been doing was just mostly playing random games meaninglessly, or just watching random videos or other streams. So I'm trying to do a bit better about that and get more things done in some kind of way. I'm still figuring that out though. I'm also trying to grow more as a person too, I'd say. BM. Oh, it's a nice home. Nice. Cream. No. It's so tricky. But I have backpack. Oh, thank you for the follow, Kados Alienus. It's a thing of you to do. It's quite a thing of you to say there. Oh, what work I do? I'm sorry about that. I currently do not have any. I don't actually work for anything at the moment. I'd like to maybe eventually get a job, but I currently do not have any. I do have a degree in making houses. I mean, that's something I could potentially do, but I haven't done. So that's something though. I'd say I don't have much going for myself though. So that's how things are. Beam. String. What's my age? I mean, I've heard that question, something that one should probably avoid answering, but I'm kind of up there with the current age of the current year, around there, but maybe a bit off. I think it would probably be best not to answer that too directly though. But yeah. Still don't have laces somehow after all that. Never. Still no place. No. on Discord. I mean, maybe, but I'm not sure about that. Though, what do you plan on communicating about there, though? I do wonder. Oh, I asked about, oh, why do you want to add me on Discord? Listen, what would the purpose be there? Since just adding randomly seems a bit off. Don't really know you too well, I'd say. That seems useful. Anyways, I still don't have places. That's quite something, I'd say. Trying to grab places, but haven't been able to. Oh, that's a Wither Scout, and that's no good. There, what's ahead? Let's go, I think. Oh. Nice. There's some top open. Yep. Well, I mean, I suppose I can. There's nothing preventing me not to, but I don't know what your intentions are, though. I mean, that could probably some. Oh, no, what should I suppose? Oh, I got a place. That's pretty good. Well, I forgot what I was gonna do with it. No, I am not ignoring you. I've been answering your questions. I'm asking you about why do you want to add me on Discord? But I suppose that I can add you on Discord, though. I'm not sure if I'm being heard too well there. Although if you want to add me on Discord, you can just add Lauliak. That's the same name there. Oh, there, sure. I'll send you a friend request. Nice. Oh, nice. Go log in super quick. Alright, I will add you on Discord just to see what you want to say. I will get to it soon. I just gotta find a quick pause spot here. And I will check what you want there. Yep. It's loading now. Let's take a bit up. Oh, I managed to get in. That's quite a thing. Hold on. I'm getting there. There. Well, the nether town here is not all there is to things. I also have a bit of a house. I'm just trying to get some blazes. Yep. Yep. There, I've sent a friend request to you, Elizabeth. Yep. I don't know what it is you want. No, I've sent you one. Yep. I've sent you a wave. Yep. No, here's a place. Oh dear. That's not good. Actually, should be problematic. Quite the blazes here. No. Another blaze rod. That's pretty good. You're welcome. I just still wonder what you want to talk about though there, but I see. Talk on Discord? What kind of talking do you mean? I mean, I suppose we can. I don't see any problem there. Oh, there's some more gold. That's pretty good. I think I probably have enough lace rods. I shall go back to the house, which is over there. Yep. Look. Oh, there's back to the house. Nice. Yep. Something there. Oh yeah, now I remember what I needed to do. That was a magnum torch. Now what's next? The world tree. See, I mean, where's the world tree? Oh, the earth tree. Perhaps. Anyways, I have a bit of a house. I'm still figuring it out here. But there's not much to things yet. Yep. Oh, the world trees. Well, I mean, which one's the world tree here, though? Yep. So it's just a bit of a house I have for now. And the places. Place powder. And then gunpowder. Oh, the entire terrain. I see what you mean. I mean, yeah, I suppose it kind of does look like that. Yeah, it's quite some. Looks across all the dimensions, though. That's pretty fun, though. It goes quite a ways, though. Very far down. But the lower region looks a lot different than the upper region, though. So that's something there. Trying to figure out what to do. Torch. There, fire charges. That's pretty good. Then diamonds. Maybe. Right there. And then some logs. There we go. Magnum torch right there. That's pretty good enough. There goes. That will help, probably. Mayhaps. torch thing should be pretty good. No. Trash. Hush, no good. I can fix the chest somehow. Yeah, have a good day there, Isalinos. Hope you have a good one there. Have a good day. I'll continue on doing my own thing here. Well, eventually I'll have to sleep though. Perhaps. Nice, tinted glass. Or some stained glass. Glass. Nice. I feel you. Some chatting there. Things out. What to do? I guess I replaced that. Stained glass is what I shall be making. There we go. More quests. Let's look straight in. There. Oh yeah, I am still streaming, still ongoing. How's streaming, guys? It's going pretty well. Still going by. It's been lots of fun though. Although I haven't really been doing too much. I think I've just been building a bit of house, figuring things out. How's it going for you though? Thanks for stopping by. Alright. This is actually my first time streaming, so I haven't quite gotten a schedule down yet, but I might be streaming soon again, sometime soon. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe another time. Don't know yet. No. Still figuring things out. No. Well, I do hope my voice is doing alright. Time to figure things out. I think I messed up. Yeah. I'm pretty new to things, so yeah. Any more furnaces? Oh, thanks for the follow. It's quite nice of you to do. Thanks for stopping by. Hopefully I can keep on going with things. Oh, stretch redeem. It's quite a thing of you to do. I'll do that then. Yeah. It's stretch for you. That's the first redeem right there. There. I think that's gonna stretch. Discord community? Not yet. I haven't quite gone there yet. I do have a Discord server I've built for quite a while, but I haven't opened it to the public just yet. I'm still kind of setting things up and such. Don't really have much of anything yet, though. That's still my first stream, I'd say. See you. Eventually, well, open it to public though, that Discord server. Beam. And I just gotta build things up and such first though. And then eventually I'll get there. Yep. It's quite a spinning. Oh, there's the furnaces. Yep. That's not good. Random message there to deal with. Oy. Anyways, back on going with things. Pickaxe. That's something I needed. There we go. Then this. Somewhere else. Right there. That'll do. Yep. I don't think that's quite enough though. There we go. Cooking things up now. Yes. Anyway, so that's cooking. Yep. I'll figure what to do here. Oh, still tired, eh? I mean, that can happen there. Maybe you just need more sleep or something though. I'd imagine. You can always get more rest as needed. Yeah. Wait. Why would I ever need sleep though? I've only been streaming for about like 9 hours and 18 minutes. That's a time there. That's certainly something. Eventually I'll sleep. I'm quite sure. Eventually. I'll get there. Although I do think this house is turning into a house, I think. So maybe I'll start ending things soon, perhaps. Eventually. Oh, yeah, that was quite a time ago back then. Although things were a lot different in the first hour, that was quite a time. I remember that. In the first hour I didn't even have the gallery set right. That was quite a thing. Yep. Just gonna harvest this wheat here. things seem to be going pretty well, I think. Just gonna cook this up a bit. What to do? Wish. Less. And there you go. And now some there. And there. No. Hi, welcome in fishing. Why we fishing? Hope you're enjoying your stay. Hey, hello. I'm just doing my own thing around here. Playing some other Minecraft. Building a bit of a house. Yeah. Still figuring things out. Glass. It's going pretty well, I'd say. I've been streaming for quite a bit, and things seem to still be going pretty good. Just having a good time just streaming. This is my first stream ever, so I'm still figuring things out, and it's been pretty fun so far, although not much has been happening, but I've just been playing quite a bit, and that's about it so far. Interacting with people in the chat has been pretty good too, so that's been some. I'm getting by though. I hope you're having a good time as well though. No, what have you been up to there? Yes, I'm kind of looping a bit, but I should be getting somewhere, I think. Glass somewhere. There we are. I found it. There. Oh, there goes the helmet. That's unfortunate. Yeah. Open. Yeah. And now we fill this up, I think. Sure, what kind of question do you have? What would that be? I'm good for anything. Am I a femboy? That sure is a tricky question to answer. I'd say my answer on that is that I don't really know what I am, but it can be up to your interpretation. I can be anything, maybe. I'm still figuring things out, though. Well, I still gotta gain my own confidence and figure out who I wanna be or who I am. So that's how that goes there. Yep. I fell down. That's unfortunate. Yep. Eventually I'll put an about me section though, and that'll have more information and stuff. So that'll be some once I get to that. This character is pretty fun though. Let's have a try for me. Or I put together, I mean. Yep. The ears move nicely. crazy question. I mean, I don't think it's that crazy. It's pretty reasonable. But I don't really know how I feel about things. So. Mm-hmm. Oh, does this work? Oh, that's nothing. Nice, I'll do. Nice, what? I think I need to fill things up a bit more. Does this work? Oh, nice, that works. That's not the entrance. Nope. There. That's the elevator. That's not it. No. There we go. More glass. Yes. Nice. Now to do stuffs. Quartz. Yep. Alright, now we use the... This should be having water. I think. There we are. Nothing's being done. Uy. That's right, some in there. None of quartz, so I shall now grab more quartz. I'll do. To the nether. That'll do. A bit of lag, it seems. Well, that's all good. Alright. Nice. I'll just grab a bit there, and that's about enough. Oh my god. Food. There we are. Nice. Now we got that handle. Nukes. Nice. Am I winning? Welcome in, Rollins. I mean, I suppose maybe I'm winning, although I've died a few times, so maybe that's not winning too much, but I'm having a good amount of fun, so that's pretty good. Although I haven't really been dying that much though, so maybe it's all good. That's having fun is like winning, so that's something. Yep. Just building a bit of a house, though not much of a goal. I mean, I suppose I could try being the Ender Dragon, that could be some. That's always something to do. But I will. I'm just building a house for now. Eventually I got there. Although I don't know what kind of house this is, but it's something. It's taking up some kind of shape. Yep. Oh, I think this could go higher. Perhaps. Oh, my cat wants to go inside. be right back. Super quick. There, I'm back inside. My cat's here now as well. And off we go again. I think I will be filling this up with water, perhaps. One of these in the elevator. Oh, my cat wants to go back outside again. Sorry about that, I'm back again. Seems my cat did not want to go outside, just wanted to scratch the door for some reason. But I'm here again. So, I think I'll be filling that with water. And buckets. Somewhere. Yep. Off he goes. Water bucket. There we go. Now we have some water there. Actually, I'll do some. Perhaps. I just thought some water here would be nice. I don't know. Seems a bit tricky. I'll turn off the shaders for a moment, just to see a bit better. And there we go. That doesn't do anything. There. I'll turn the shaders back on again soon though. Just a bit. Still nothing there. Nice. That's doing pretty well. Oh, that's some. There. Nice. That's refilled. So that works enough for me. Shaders back on. Now I can see again. I wonder if that does anything. That's the wrong one. There. That doesn't seem to do much, but that does something though. I think it'll be alright. Now for some glowstone. Maybe. Not too sure about the glowstone though. Oh, I think I know what could probably be good. Maybe some lava could be nice, I think. If I had some red dye. That could probably be good. I'll see if I can find some. Sure, some stuffs. taking stuff out of there. There. I wonder if I can make a leash. That'd be pretty good. Or a lean. That's the one. Oh, the string, that's pretty good. String. I don't see any string. Oh, there is. That'll do. That show. And then I'll save this up. And that'll do. And then some more water would be pretty good, I think. Just a bit of water here. Hopefully that's not too much moisture. So, oh, this seems like a good spot. There we are. That should be good. Just some quick checkups. Where's that? I am blind, it seems. Oh dear. Ah, there it is. Never mind, found it. It's all good. There we are. Now that'll do. Yep. Some happy gas there. Yep. And then I figure things out there. That's just gonna do its own thing. So I feel like monsters over there. I don't think it's gonna help me just yet. Oh yeah, red dye, that'd be pretty good. I wonder if we can find some of that. Pink dye. Orange dye. Orange could be good. That does nothing. No, still nothing. Oh, that's the thing. I see. Leaf leader. Red. None of those help me, that's no good. This is help. No. I gotta find myself some dice. Somehow. Where to go? Maybe this goes somewhere. I'll see about that. No, that kind of works. Oh, this is quite a distance away. Where to just go? I'll see this direction, and maybe I'll find something. Yep. Here. Upper button. Really? here though. But maybe there will be flowers. That could get. Still not much around though. Maybe something over here. There's bound to be something. Oh, button. Nope, that didn't do anything. Never mind. No. Maybe I'll find something over here. Oh. I feel like maybe there's something, but maybe there's not. There's still no flowers. Oh, foxes killing chickens. That's no good. Let's go with this house. Oh, baby zombies, that's not good. Oh, I've been getting chased, that's not good. Cover. That's dangerous. Nope. Teleport button. Teleport button. Oh, that's too far. That's not good. Oh, right there. No. Naps. Maybe this can be something. Perhaps. There's no. Maybe this one. Oh, there it is. Yellow dye, that's the one. There it is. Yellow dye right there. That works. But I'll need a bit more than that. That's a nice place over there, seems. Not sure some. No, zombies around. Yep. There seems to not be much here. Not sure some. Oh, big bunny there. Quite a big one. Whee. Anyway, so off I go, making my way over here. Looks like it goes somewhere, I think. Perhaps. I'll make my way there. Yep. Awesome. Oh, yellow dye. Oh, that looks like a rainbow. That's pretty nice. Maybe I'll find some flowers eventually. This looks like the ocean, I think. It is. It seems. Yeah. Nope, red dye. That's pretty good. Oh, that looks like something down there. It's a farm of some kind. Looks really good. Yeah. Yellow flower. That's pretty good. Oh, red flower. Some ultra green places over there. Nice. Now we use the topper button. That's just close. Yellow that. Down. And that. Oh, that's a different one. Oh. That's just quite different. It's a bit broken, kind of. No. Oh, that looks like something. Perhaps. No. Then I'll be making my way over here. And we'll see if there's more stuff to be found. Seems like pretty nice scenery stuff. Oh, more flower. Some kind. That's pretty good. That's better. Oh, I think it might be a lag. Oh, there it goes. There, I got them. Oops, no. That's a lag. Oh no. Top of one. So plus one there. Now, we'll see where to go. I think that's a place there. Oh, creeper. That's not it. Nice, and there goes my sword. lots of snow, sun. Never mind them. So it leaves. Yeah. What's that? No, still open. It's off there. That's fine. There. It's really good to have. This is safe, I think. I'm not sure where I'm actually going now. I think we've fallen off a bit much. Eventually I'll get somewhere, I'm quite sure. Surely. There. That's not big enough though. Oh, that's pretty good. Still need some yellow dye though, I do think. Maybe there will be some stuff over here. Perhaps. Yep. Oh, there's some glowing stuff. Oh, lag suddenly. Made it through. Oh, rock flower. Looks like something down there. Actually. I think I'll go over here. And I'll see what there's. This place is quite green. And then eventually we'll get somewhere. Maybe. Out of the green biome. Oh, that looks like a place. I've been there before, I think. somewhere similar. Oh, it's a waystone. That's a nice location. I think I'll take it back home. And there we are. That'll do. Now where was that? All the way there. Let's go our distance there. Bit of lag, kind of. I see an orange glass. That's the thing. Somewhere. There's. Nice, I got that. Now that should probably be some. It seems like it could be something though. Perhaps. Yeah, there could be a bit more to this, I'd say. I suppose we can work something there. Which one of these will work? I'm just looking at the different quartz here. See what works. I think this one could be in. But stone cutter. Alright, this one should probably do. Stone cutter. How much for that? Stone. scenes there. And then this will be finished. Nice. There we go. And then that takes a bit. Feed the sheep. What will that do? That's the grey one. Nice. There's more sheep. No, do. And then we got this down here. And then that. And then yes, can go here, probably. No, it's. Oh, that doesn't equal what I wanted. Watch. Oh, block of quartz, that's the one. That sure is a bit tricky there. Unless maybe. That doesn't seem to equal anything. That's the maybe there's something that could be done though. No. I'll just use the regular quartz then there. That's still growing there. No, just keep my eyes on it. Let's go and go with this. Maybe something like this. No pickaxe. I don't want any pickaxe. No. Subtitle sure quite a on there. That's okay. Yeah. And up. I don't know how this goes. Maybe that's something. Yep. some. And then some here. That's probably about it. We have some one round there. Oh, almost there. Close enough. Not close. In there. That'll do. Fish are staying a bit big though, but I think we can close it off here with a wall. This one over there. Oh, that went over there. Oh, didn't know. And then go over here. And then all the way up. And that works, kind of. So we round it up here, and then this could probably be the finishing roof for now. There might be an extension some other time though. Perhaps. I could continue to grow, I suppose. But this could probably be a good conclusion to things, I think. If I manage to finish this. Let's see. Seems like a good cap, though. Oh, right now, once again, that's unfortunate. Gonna have to grab some more. There we go. So good. And we start building up here. Might do a lot of clicking. Let's see if I can minimize that. That was a mistake. That's not good. Or, I'll have to fix it. Because that's what I think. Nice. There we go. It's looking a bit something, but I think that's fine. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Then let's continue on there. That should be good. Oh, ran out again. That's sure it's unfortunate. I'll just get a new pickaxe. That makes it less. There's enough there. Start anything. Nope. There we go. That should probably be fine. Oh, spike in there. Yep. Now for some more quartz. Oh, and line. There. There. That makes me cool. Yep. Nice. Let's go on the square. There you go. Alright. fixing some stuff. There. Yeah, I think this one somewhere. There. Alright. Just gonna finish these holes and then things should hopefully be good there. There we go. And that should be good. No, messed up. Fix that later. Just rounding this up around and around. Eventually into a roof. I should get some. It might not be enough still. I think. Would be quite unfortunate. Alright. And then I just leave this here. And just go here. Then we go here. And now this is turning into something I Then a bit of this here. There we go. No, not enough quartz. That's unfortunate. Gonna have to grab even more. That's just how it goes. No problem. Gonna need another pickaxe. Oh. There. And then we go for another one. Whee. And then off we go. Whee. And there. And go here. Then there. And now for some mining. Nice. Well done. For now. Hopefully. Nope, fine. There. this should be the finish, right? There's some noises outside. Hopefully I'll sleep. There. That works well. That seems like a room of some kind. That's it. There we are. Yeah, I think this seems like a pretty cozy room. I think. There's the bed of water here. And then lots of reflections. That's pretty fun. That said something. Oh, it's a guest. Should be time for the lead. Wherever that might be. There. I'll put you there. That should be good. Oh, that's within 15 minutes apparently. But oh well. That's pretty nice, guys. Wee. Hello. So I think I've got them here. Then over here. Just checking some other stuffs around. Trying to find something. Oh, there it is. That should be it. Just some quick checking of things. Okay, figure it out too. That's it. Yep. Just looking around a bit. I think it's probably a good point to call things here. That's it. The stream has run on quite long enough. So I think I'm gonna bring this to a close. It's been quite a while. That's how I'll be reappearing here soon. No. This was a pretty good first stream, though, I'd say. A lot was done, and I had had a good amount of fun. I managed to build a bit of a house and explored quite a bit and talked quite a bit as well. That's a pretty good experience, that's it. Don't know when next time I'll be returning, but you can probably see me around again. Maybe tomorrow, or maybe sooner, maybe later. I don't really know, but if you stick around and get some notifications, you might see me around again, perhaps. Don't know where things will go though, but I'll see about that. I'll try and make some improvements to the stream setup and such though. Things might be looking a bit different and such. I'll see what I can do. But yeah, I'd say that's pretty much the end of the stream for now though. It's a bit of a long one for the first one, but no, it's a good amount of fun. But yeah, I will be ending it at now though. Hope everyone that happened to be watching has a good day, or night, or whatever time zone they're in. And yeah, thanks for hanging by. And I'll see you next time if you come by again, or so. Bye.